Greetings to everyone. It gives me great pleasure to be in your presence today at an event such as ours. I'm very happy to be here, welcoming you to the 7th Annual Mexican American Studies Summer Seminar as we celebrate our 10th year as a degree-granting program at Del Mar College. We are continuing to make connections with you, connecting our college to our community. You will take something away from our seminar today, and so will we. A real and rich experience, a positive piece of knowledge for you to share with others. We are connecting cultures, generations, and spaces. I'm glad you joined us. The Mexican American Studies program at Del Mar College supports an interdisciplinary academic program that focuses on Mexican American experiences in South Texas and throughout the U.S. by providing resources and learning opportunities for our students and for our community. We endeavor to further Mexican American studies as a relevant and dynamic field of study and a field for academic growth and personal enrichment. Today's seminar brings together our program disciplines, showcasing our finest in the fields of art and history, politics, music, literature, the humanities, and Spanish. We bring together our rich history, our culture, and our roots and present it to you today. It's our first time to put this event on virtually. The COVID-19 pandemic has necessitated this new and exciting format. We hope you like it. And we hope you enjoyed today's sessions. Please visit our program of presenters and explore this landing page for more information on our program and on our commitment to the community. Before we begin this seminar, I wish to express my sincerest gratitude to all of you who genuinely committed to make this event successful, and I wish to give you something to think about. In the words of the late Professor Mike Ansaldúa himself, he said, Corpus Christi and South Texas in general would be intellectually impoverished if not for Del Mar College. Since 1935, it has been churning out skilled technicians and has been aptly educating pre-professionals. Without it, thousands of South Texas students, among them many Hispanics, would never have received a college education. Today, you can hardly walk into a restaurant in town that does not have a Del Mar College certificate hanging on the wall behind the counter, to say nothing about teachers and bankers and doctors and lawyers and criminal justice personnel of all types. In short, he said, Del Mar College has made a tremendous difference in the quality of life in South Texas.
Cualquier esquina, y no hagas caso a la gente, no importa lo que digan ni comentes, solamente niña, bésame en todo momento, apasionado me siento, seré tu fruta madura, no importa, quiero amarte con locura, solamente niña, quiéreme, que yo voy a quererte así, como nunca en tu vida, amor, voy a darte mi corazón, y seré todo para ti. Voy a hacerte una mujer feliz, eso solo si tú me das todo tu amor para mí nomás. ¡Hey! A este mal ponle cura, deja salir lo que sientes y bésame hasta quedar inconsciente. de mí y embriagarme todo de ti y besarte en la boca así. Si me entregas tu corazón, yo te doy lo que quieras, sí. Voy cantando de alegría por tu amor. Voy cantando, tarareando y disfrutando de la magia, el encanto que tengo en el corazón. Voy cantando de alegría por tu amor. Ando loco de contento y este sentimiento que en todo momento me pone a cantar. Voy cantando de alegría por tu amor. Porque tú me tienes, porque tú me quieres. Estoy de celebración. Pa' que baile como quiera. Desde Del Mar Studios. Corpus Christi. Voy cantando de alegría por tu amor. La gente me mira, se ríe, yo sigo tranquilo, sin pena, bailando en la calle, cantando sin preocupación. Voy cantando de alegría por tu amor. Porque tú tienes lo que yo buscaba. La 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 la. Como me gusta esta canción. La 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 la. 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 La 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 la. Te quiero así, tan natural. Así, así como me enamoraste. Y no hay nada que cambiar. Te quiero así, tan natural. Así te quiero, te necesito. Como el agua para vivir y el aire para respirar. Te quiero así, tan natural. Te busqué, te encontré, te conocí y no te voy a soltar. Quiéreme.
Education changes lives. Del Mar College and the Del Mar College Foundation is all about helping people to improve the lives of students and their families for generations to come through education. Thanks to donations from members of our community who give to help those students achieve their education and be successful, those students can show their children that education is possible. A better life can be had. Professor Emeritus Mike Anzaldúa created and funded a scholarship dedicated to Mexican American studies with the Del Mar College Foundation. Professor Anzaldúa, whose dedication to Mexican American studies was legendary, made his legacy gift in his will, and the several permanent scholarships he created will be awarded to qualifying students each year forever. He wanted to help as many students as he could. Donate to Mike Anzaldúa scholarships and other causes at give.delmar.edu. Del Mar College Foundation scholarships are for everyone, but students must apply in order to receive them. The application is free, fast, and easy. It's available online once a year from February through April. Our one application fits all major areas of study. One of the most important benefits of scholarships is how students feel when they get one. Recipients say that they are more likely to do well because people like you, people they don't even know, believe in them and want to help. If I had all day, I could fill it with stories of ways that scholarships have helped our students. But here's one story. I find it hard to work 24 plus hours a week throughout the nursing school. Money has been tight and nursing school, as we know, is expensive. I consider this scholarship a blessing and I'm so grateful. If I met my donor in person, I would thank them for caring about my education and giving me the opportunity to succeed.
Hi, my name is Sophia Jimenez, and I completed Del Mar College's vocational nursing program, ranking third in my class in 2005, and I'm currently a psychology major. I sought emergency assistance after being displaced after Hurricane Harvey and then again after the winter freeze. I was very appreciative and relieved to have received such generous scholarships. The funds allowed me to afford housing, food, and other unexpected expenses, and allowed me to continue my education. I encourage all students to apply for scholarships, whether you feel you need it right now or not, because you never know what unexpected circumstances may arise. Those of you facing a hardship, please apply for emergency assistance. It can help you too stay on track for graduation. I encourage everyone to please contribute to the Del Mar College Foundation and help make dreams a reality. Thank you, Del Mar College Foundation and all its generous donors, for making graduation possible for so many fellow Vikings, for believing in me and making my dreams possible. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm delighted to share some thoughts about a program that is deeply important to our community and rooted in the beautiful culture that many of us share as Mexican Americans. It brings us so much joy that Del Mar College's Mexican American Studies program is aligned with the college's designation as a Hispanic serving institution. Efforts to develop a degree plan in the discipline gained traction in 2003 with support from the 78th Texas Legislature for introducing such coursework in public community colleges. In 2008, the visionary leaders of Del Mar College reintroduced a course in Mexican American literature and launched classes in Mexican American politics and fine arts. And in 2011, it implemented the associate degree in Mexican American Studies. Additionally, Del Mar College established its Center for Mexican American Studies at the beginning of the 2016-2017 school year to further the program's mission, sponsor events related to the MAS curriculum, and expand cultural awareness and appreciation in the wider community. The Center for Mexican American Studies enhances opportunities for educational and cultural enrichment for students and residents alike, as well as it promotes the Mike Anzaldúa MAS Memorial Scholarship and other scholarship opportunities. Students have a rich learning community to learn and become a leader through the inspiration created by this very program. And as your mayor, I hope each and every one of you will be inspired and enriched by this extraordinary experience.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mark Escamilla, President and CEO of Del Mar College. Welcome to the 2021 Mexican American Studies Summer Seminar. We at Del Mar College are excited to offer this engaging and enriching virtual event. I'm sure that you'll take from the seminar a wealth of information and new appreciation for the Mexican American experience. I'm proud to say that the Mexican American Studies program is now in its 10th year at Del Mar College. To begin the seminar, I'd like to focus on one of the program's early proponents, the late professor of English, Mike Anzaldúa Jr. Mike, who was named Professor Emeritus after retiring from Del Mar College, left a far-reaching legacy. He was the first member of his family to attend college and the first full-time Hispanic English teacher hired at Del Mar College. He served as a role model for many of his students. Mike was devoted to his students and always put the college before himself. He earned numerous honors and awards during his 43-year career, including Del Mar College's Dr. Eileen Creighton Award for Teaching Excellence. I knew Mike as a friend and a colleague. My life is richer for having known him. Now please watch as some special guests share their memories of Mike Anzaldúa.
Mike and I agreed about one thing, that working at Del Mar College was the best job in the world.
I was very fortunate to know Mike Anzaldúa for over 39 years, and to me, he was the heart of Del Mar College.
You know, it's very important. My daughter had Mike for an English teacher, and she spoke highly of him. He's been influential with the students. It's very important because having a role model of somebody who is caring, who is a humanitarian, I think Mike Anzaldúa epitomizes all this, and the students see that.
So it was always about trying to help the students so that they wouldn't drop or stop their education. He always wanted to see them succeed, get their degree, and then having done that, to encourage them to go on. He could relate to those students because he came from Robstown. And in Robstown, I know that that he grew up there, and he probably during the school years he knew what it was as far as to want something but not being able to accomplish as far as financially, and it was a difficult situation. But if the desire was there, then those students somebody should be able to help them to complete, to finish what they want.
Del Mar College recognized the legacy of the Professor Emeritus of English with an announcement of Anzaldúa's gift of over $400,000 for scholarships in English, music, the Mexican America Studies program, and the Texas Association of Chicanos in higher education.
Mike not only gave 43 years of his entire heart and soul and life to the college, but he also left behind a substantial amount of money for student scholarships.
Because he truly cared about education, he truly cared about his students, and not just looking at it as just any ordinary everyday job, but he loved it. He loved being a teacher, he loved being a student, he loved getting involved with organizations that would help further their education.
I knew Mike well for about 25 years, and Mike, I believe, was a very good teacher. He certainly knew his material, and he was deeply dedicated to it. But he also never succumbed to the temptation to become cynical or burnt out or tired of his job. He always gave his best to it. And that's something I took away from Mike Anzaldúa.
Mike Anzaldúa as a teacher was an ultimate teacher in that he had so many students that individually gravitated to him and his life story. And he came through Del Mar College and then went on to receive his advanced degrees. So people saw him as a role model. And so that greatly influenced his teaching ability, and I think in the ability of students to see him as that role model. So beyond the storytelling in the classroom and how he taught, he himself was that role model.
One that stands out to me in particular is when I first met him. That is one of my fondest memories of Mike. A colleague introduced us outside in front of the English building. I had only been here a very short time. I don't know, maybe a year or two at the most. It was just a very kind of brief introduction. And Mike was friendly, welcoming, as was Mike's way, very cordial. And what struck me, and again, this is through the perspective of a very new faculty member, is that Mike told me, I hope you become involved in the issues at the college. And I was struck by that. I thought, he doesn't know me. I've just met him. But he was making me feel that my opinion mattered, that my perspective mattered. He didn't need to know me. He didn't need to know me to be able to invite me to be a part of the college.
You would just get that feeling that he would make you feel like you are important. I remember in a meeting, there was discussion, and I was just, taking in some notes, writing some notes, and then I was just, listening, and right out, he just said, and everybody would start talking, and they were asking him to say something, and he turned around and said, Rosalinda, what do you think? And I'm like, he's asking me for my opinion? So I was taken aback that he cared what I thought about, what we were talking about, the discussion, because he really wanted to include everybody.
When he and I were walking together on campus, didn't matter if it was the president, a regent, a teaching colleague, a student, the groundsperson, person after person would say, "Hey, Mike." And Mike always knew these people, and he always responded to them. And I would say, "Mike, what am I, the invisible man?" Because Mike knew everybody, and everybody knew him. And their position in life was not important to him. He treated everybody with equal respect. And that's one thing I really appreciated about Mike.
My administrator was a little different, as you can imagine. I give you the top 10 administrative responses heard coming out of Mike Anzaldua's mouth. Unlike Star Trek, you are boldly going nowhere.
Needless to say, his message is sometimes subtle and sometimes direct. He says what he feels. He's not afraid because he has tenure. And there's nothing anybody can do to touch him.
I've been a student at Del Mar for the longest time, and Mike always had a position of his demeanor was that of somebody that was real relaxed. Every time you saw him, he was a real mild individual. Mike always sat right outside the English building, between classes, and sometimes I would go by and just sit, we'll just talk.
Part of the idea of embedding the quotations into the architecture is to foster that kind of communication. And Mike would have really approved of that. He was kind of a quiet guy in many respects, but he also valued friendship very much. One of the quotations is Robert Frost. One of his poems where Frost is out hoeing fields and a friend stops his horse to talk, and Frost looks on all the fields he has to hoe still, and yet he props his hoe up and walks over to talk. Mike Anzaldua would do that under all occasions, I would say.
When I walk through the Mike Anzaldua Plaza, I can't help but think about Mike. And I see the narrative and the words that are written on the benches that have to do with great literature and great philosophy. And I do think about Mike, and as if they were coming from him. Mike was a humble man, and for this fantastic facility here at the college to be named in his memory is a great tribute to Mike. And I think that it brings about the essence of who Mike was, through nature, through literature, and through the college as a whole.
I retired about 4 years ago, And I am, in fact, today, June 7th, seeing this plaza for the first time, even though I've seen some of the architectural work, the schematics and the conceptions and so forth. And I have to say that the Richters, the architectural firm, everybody involved in this, I think have done a spectacular job with the plaza. It's so fitting to see a fairly simple entrance to both ends with just Mike Anzaldúa Plaza.
It reminds me of, this area where the English building was and where he used to sit out and contemplate, and you see his sayings that he has on the different plaques throughout the this little concourse here, and so it comes pretty close to reflecting his character. It has that serene calmness that Mike had.
One of his favorite quotes is Emily Dickinson. I'm nobody. Who are you? Are you nobody too? That was an attitude toward life that Mike might have had. He might have asked the question, why are we spending all this money and time to create something to honor me? But you're gone, Mike. We plan to do this, and we mean for this to reflect, the aspirations that many students might have.
I feel a little, privileged to have known him, and I'm never gonna forget the person he was. And just knowing this plaza is out here, it really, I have the memories of him being out here with the students.
We want people to remain connected to Mike Anzaldúa, to know Mike Anzaldúa for generations to come, because it's important, but also it will enrich people's lives to continue to know about Mike Anzaldúa.
Mike Anzaldúa is still touching the lives of our students. After his passing in 2012, his estate left a gift of over $400,000 to Del Mar College. That gift continues to make education attainable for students every year through endowed and direct scholarships. Mike is also memorialized here in the Mike Anzaldúa Plaza, a beautiful outdoor space running the length of the new General Academic Music Building on the East Campus. Thank you for participating in this year's MAS Summer Seminar. I hope you'll encourage students in your professional and personal circles to consider the Mexican American Studies program for their educational journey. Please enjoy the 2021 MAS Summer Seminar.
Hello there, Mayra. How are you doing? Oh my gosh, thank you so much for joining me here today for this artist talk for the Del Mar MAS Seminar. I see here that we're going to be discussing your upcoming portrait series called the COVID Codex.
Yes, ma'am, you got it.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get into this presentation. I am so looking forward to getting an in-depth discussion with you on your upcoming series. Share.
Thank you. All right, it's uploading.
Okay. Let me know when you can see the presentation.
It is up, ma'am.
All right, so I see here we have the COVID Codex, the portrait series. In this virtual exhibition, Chicana artist Mayra Zamora will unveil a new body of work inspired by her pandemic experience. Mayra, can you give us a little thought as to why you chose these photographs of yourself
Yes, ma'am. This is actually a photograph of me from kinder graduation, and it was the first time I actually won an art award. So it's basically showing the journey from me being a young artist to what I am now, a professional artist, which you took this beautiful headshot of me, Taylor.
I I do. I love this photo of you. I also love this adorable photo of you. You look so psyched that you won this award. So, I mean, I think it's a great embodiment of, you know, how the excitement that you kept, you know, into your career that you have now.
Mm-hmm. Always excited.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'm seeing here on this next slide, El Principio, 5th grade, AT, ISD, Art with Mr. Garza.
Yes, shout out to Oswald Tivoli ISD. So I was very fortunate, Taylor. A lot of people don't know this about me, but I actually had the same teacher, Mr. Garza, from kinder until I graduated. So I basically had my own private art teacher, and he really helped me develop my own style. And honestly, he just let me experiment and also guided me along the way, told my parents that I had the potential, you know, being first generation. And he also introduced me to Chicano and Latino art, specifically the lowrider art magazines when I got up to in high school. But clearly here, if you look at the pictures of the black and white one, that was like first evidence of me doing a border. And the colorful one with the ribbons, you can see me start to hide my name in the artwork.
Yes, I'm trying so hard to find where your name is, and even here, you know, again, it's evident of just how, you know, skilled you are already. Like, and I see a handprint here. Yeah, I mean, all these hidden sort of imagery inside of it.
Yes.
So, in speaking of, you know, having that same teacher all the way through high school, moving into that next era of your artwork, I see here, you know, we have you in front of 3 pieces of art. Can I get you to, you know, give us some insight as what was behind these pieces?
Yes, these were actually my first taste of like an art show, art exhibition was always for the Refugio County Fair. So these were pieces that I had entered in there, and I just love the piece with the Aztec sun above. It's just an imagery that I have always worked with, but there it was a clear map that I did with the border. And over here to our right, you can clearly see that I wrote Aztec in there and I hid it. So the work that I did in high school and in elementary, I feel is a lot more difficult to decipher than my work now. Right now, it's more of an evolved, stylized writing.
Yes, but still very immersive in making the art, making the participant, the viewer, become a participant of your work.
Yes, you got it. And then, of course, up next, we are going to talk a little bit about the Tamu-CC era.
Yes, I'm seeing here, fall 2007, pre-Codex, sculpture with Professor Jack Braun.
Yes, so in this one, it's just like if we go back to elementary, that was almost me, the seed. And then when I was in high school, I felt that was more like it was starting to take fruit and sprouting. So this, I would say, would be the era where it started to bloom a little bit, and
Absolutely.
it's just like a prelude. The hints and elements were there, but it wasn't quite the way it is to what it is now.
Yes, and I see here there's kind of some expletive curse words that were included into this portrait. Can you, you know, tell us what was the thought process behind, you know, integrating that? Because I know you had mentioned that this work was a mix of pre-Columbian, I think Asian referencing, correct?
Yes, correct. And I just wanted to be able to put something in there that was for me and not so much anybody else, which is why I took the expletive word. But if you can see, I turned that word and I put it into FN. So like I said, this is a prelude to what is to come. And you
Yes,
can clearly
absolutely.
show in the next slide where it was getting there.
Oh yes, I see here. This is truly I love this piece, if I'm being really honest. So I'm seeing here fall 2009, advanced painting with Professor Joe Pena. So I'm seeing here this sort of surrealistic take on a toilet and the idea of being a potty mouth.
Mm-hmm. You know, this was also the time I was being introduced to surrealism, and it's an artistic movement, and it's just a liberation of the mind. So I was like, you know what, let me play with it. And people, I have this very sweet demeanor, but my true friends like you and the people who I hang out with, I curse a lot. So that was playing around with that idea, which hence the title Potty Mouth. So right there in my sketches, which I would like to note too, that the viewers are getting a really in-depth view of how my brain works. I've never showed any of my sketches in public before. So I took those explicit words and I wanted to hide them because I didn't want the viewer to know what I was writing.
Yes, I mean, truly, you should consider creating this one day, making this into something.
Right. This was just a sketch. This is one of the few things I never did anything with it. But I agree with you, in the future, I would definitely like to revisit this idea.
Yes, and then I see here, this is where this next slide, we're seeing the origins of the Codex. This is a very vibrant piece that I am seeing here. It is giving me this feel of almost falling inside of it, like really going into the piece. Can you give us, your take on what was the inspiration behind it?
Right. At the time, I was taking like a philosophy class, and we talked a lot about Zen. And at the same time, was also my first art history class that I took based on pre-Columbian culture. So it was basically a blending of the two, and you can see these pieces are very centered. There's a very centered element, and I think that's just how I am as a person too. But also, I was dealing a lot with my body because in high school I was an athlete, and I think I was finally feeling the aftermath of the years of wear and tear. So for me, this particular sketch is the embodiment of almost creating kind of not my alphabet, but more so hieroglyphs. And if you can see here on the bottom, in pen I wrote my own vocabulary of art, so I knew I was on to something. And
yes,
I'm sorry. And this is when I consider myself a hard edge painter. And what were you gonna say, Miss Taylor?
Yes. I was just gonna say that in referencing your my own vocabulary of art, I'm seeing some of these symbols that you drew, like for the fingers. You have these block-like structures. Can you explain a few of these? Some of them that really stand out to you?
Yes, the one, and I like, unbeknownst to myself too, was like the four corners that eventually became my artist signature. So this is where it kind of started first evidence. And then the checkerboard was representation of Vans, because I love to wear Vans to this day. And like I had mentioned before, it was taking a pre-Columbian class. So the dots in this particular piece represent equal 1. So there is a total of 11 on each side, which equal 22, which that's how old I was when I did this piece. And the exterior outer border is all reference to body parts, because like I said, I was having a lot of issues with my body.
Yes.
And also classic Maida, now turning the square shape into a diamond, just shifting it and inverting it, and it can create a completely different vibe to it.
Yes, I completely agree, because versus the sketch, as you have it placed as a normal square style, like versus the way you see it, I feel like the diamond lends to, like I mentioned, that feeling of like falling into the portrait.
Yeah, based off of fractals, where you jump in, like, that's like a mathematical term.
Yes, and then so moving on into summer 2010, Advanced Screen Printing with Professor Mark Anderson.
Oh yes, this is the beginning of my my little calaveritas. So remember, this is in college. I'm taking these classes. I'm being introduced to different artists, and so this was when I was being introduced to Jose Guadalupe Posada, the inventor of La Catrina, and also the first artist to represent calaveras displaying human emotions. So I told myself, you know what, how cool would it be to turn myself into what I call calavera form. So I turned myself into a little calaverita. And this is the only time I display myself in a yellow skull. And also, you are one of the few people that know that I actually messed up on the border. So if you look at the sketch, it was supposed to say Viviana, but in the actual end result, it says Vivi. I don't even. What did you say, Taylor? Vivi.
Vivi Nunn. It says Vivi Nunn.
Yes, Vivi Nunn. So I messed up, but that's the beauty of the codex is like only if you are aware that it's a codex, you know to look for it. But anybody else is looking at these, it's just going to see lines and shapes.
Yes, exactly. And I know too, you had mentioned how you said that this was the only time you ever chose to do yourself in this yellow color for your calaverita. But what was the reasoning behind that again? You said it was that you were still building and then later you figured out color theory.
Yeah, so at this point it was more so figuring out the process of screen printing. So I really was just kind of wanting to create the calaverita and not even thinking about color symbolism. So if you move on to the next slide, then that's where I really started to focus on color symbolism.
Yes, ma'am. I see here, fall 2010, intermediate painting with Professor Bruno Andrade, Calavera Portraits.
Mm-hmm. I am a strong believer, as you also believe in this statement too, of true representation. So Mr. Bruno Andrade, may he rest in peace, was one of the first true professors who I felt understood what I was trying to do. So he understood that I was being inspired by Posada. I wanted to turn my family into calaveritas, and he was very encouraging of the codex. Like, he got it. So I wish I could go more deep dive into this piece, because there's, like I said, there's so much symbolism in this piece. And I drew this from imagination, and it stemmed from the fact that we were not rich growing up, so we never went to a professional photographer and got a family portrait. So this is my family portrait. I love it.
Yes, I mean, yeah, it's so, again, I mean, I've told you on multiple occasions, there's just such a level of vibrancy to your work. And again, like these, professors and these teachers and these art educators that you had that seem to just foster your talent and let you grow and, build yourself and what it was that you wanted to be defined as. Like, it's just amazing. And I see here in this next slide, we have another calaverita portrait, two young girls who I'm assuming is you and your little sister.
Yes, and it's also the play, and I'm sure many Latinx viewers can relate to this, but if you're close in age, what happens, your mother dressed you exactly alike. That's why we
absolutely.
But yes, this is me and my sister. And
yes.
Now you can see, so I'm always represented in the purple, and my sister's always yellow.
That's beautiful. And then we have, moving into the next one, these previous ones, as you had mentioned, the past two we just saw, were ones that you created just a pose from your mind, posing these figures. And then now I'm seeing here that we're moving into you doing your photo recreations.
Yes, and I just wanted to, because I have so many great photos from I was young. I have documented my entire life through photos. So I'm a low-key photographer, I'm sorry. But the reason for these two is I wanted a universal theme. This could be anybody's mother, this could be anybody's sisters, just to play on the idea that I hate racism. This is what we are at the end of the day. Take away, we're not defined by our skin color, but what's underneath the skin. is muscle, and underneath the muscle is our calavera. So it's deeper than just Dia de los Muertos and converting my family into calavera form.
And then I see here now we're in summer 2011 after your graduation. So this is where you are, still branching out, figuring out, your style for these portraits that you're doing. Can you tell us a little bit about this one?
Right. I was still playing, experimenting. So at this point, after graduation, I started doing more mixed media work, and where the center image is painted in oils, and then the border is in acrylic format. And then even with the calaveras, even with the ones that you saw before, I was trying to go more of a realistic route in terms of form. And then later on, you'll see that has changed tremendously.
Yes, I see here. And now moving into spring of 2012. So I'm seeing your, again, what seems to be your kindergarten graduation photo again, but more of like the school photo that you turned into this, this portrait of yourself.
You got it. Okay, now I'm seeing it on my screen. But yes, this is from my kinder graduation photo. But if we were in public doing, this is a point in the presentation where I would have invited viewers to try to decipher what it says. And then I would have gone into the fact saying that I like to trick and confuse the viewer. So the left and the right is actually written in Roman numerals to equal to 1992 and 1993 was when I graduated from kindergarten. I know one of the questions I always get is, what are one of your favorite pieces? And to be honest, this is one of my favorite pieces. And I have it literally right behind me.
Yep, so keeping it into this day. And now moving into August 2012, playing with black and white.
Yes.
And I'm seeing that this is also around the first time that you were in exhibit for K-Space. Is that correct?
Well, I was not in an exhibit at K-Space at this time because this was in 2007. So I was just getting my feet wet,
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So this was the first time I had ever been into a gallery coming from a small town. I just love
okay. Hey, that's monumental. I'm also from a small town too. So the first time I went into like a real art gallery, I was like, wow.
Yeah, I was blown away. And I told myself, this is where I want to be. This is what I want to do. So after being at K-Space, I really started pushing it. But at the same time, when you're an artist, you have to grow. You have to experiment. As you saw before, all of my borders were super colorful and the painting. So I wanted to stay. Yes. I wanted a break, girl. I wanted a break. So I started playing around with just the black and white. These were extremely freeing. Because yes, the codex is in there, but instead of painting, the way to hide it was playing around with design, different line varieties. So it was less about being perfect, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, I mean, I love it. The detail, again, with this line work. And then moving into, I see is another black and white kinder portrait of your class, and here the line work that you have in this photo seems to be a little bit more playful.
Extremely playful. Like I said, this was just a chance for me to be free, and very much I was in the headspace of what you saw at the very beginning of the presentation, going back to my original roots of elementary art and high school art, and just going for it with not thinking about it so much. And it worked out at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I love the style of codex in this portrait that you have here. And then we're moving into spring 2013, graduate drawing with Professor Amber Schoon.
Oh, yes, that's right. I had forgot to mention around after I graduated, I enrolled in the master's program for the education. So, of course, I was taking all these education courses, and we got the chance to take an elective. So, of course, I went and automatically took a drawing course. So I enrolled with Amber Schoon, It's not up on my screen quite yet. There it is. There it goes.
Okay, well that's fine. Yeah, whenever it does pop up, I would just say go ahead and re-say your last comment. It did cut out.
Okay, perfect. So at the time, like I forgot to mention that I had enrolled in the in the master's program. So as an elective, I entered and took the graduate drawing class. And Amber Schoon was one of the few female professors that I had. I think, to be quite honest, she was only the second female professor I had at this point. And I took her, I pictured the idea of the black and white images that you saw beforehand, and she just loved it. So, and this is just a cover page of my sketchbook, and at this point, I updated my alphabet and this is pretty much what I use today. And this is maybe I've added a little bit more. I just haven't documented yet. And in the next slide, you can see
and then moving in, yes,
all the beautiful work that was created.
Yes, we see these. And this too, this black and white work, is this graphite or is it ink? Can you?
This is graphite and pencil. And this time I was dealing with the idea of almost like parallel dimensions, parallel universe. So I like to think in my head that right now, as we're sitting and doing this presentation, there's another Mayra, but in calavera form. So the center image with the color is almost like static noise of a television, so almost the blending of the two dimensions together. I don't know.
Yeah, like honestly, like the note about the static, I mean, I can almost hear it looking at the image, you know, like transitioning back and forth between looking at, you know, the calavera form that you're saying and then into, you know, our human form.
Yeah, and this was the first time, Taylor, I had played with the entire codex on the page.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I love it.
And these are definitely my most contemporary pieces, and it's sad that not that many people have actually seen these works of art. They're hidden. I have them here at my apartment.
Top secret stuff over there. And so now moving into your murals from 2014 to 2015, and I see here, obviously, we have the iconic Loteria mural that K-Space Contemporary put up back during this time. And we have, of course, your two panels that were put up for La Tabla and El Sol.
You got it. I was one of the few people to have been selected twice, and I was just very fortunate. But this was also the beginning of my art career. And if you go to the next slide, it will show.
One second. I'm sorry, girl. It cut me back. Okay, one moment. Sorry. Okay, can you see the screen again?
Yes, I'm still on the Loteria one.
Okay, cool. All right. So I apologize. Go ahead and continue.
And now it exited the full screen. Hold on.
Okay.
Well, just wait, because it's still not loaded yet, the screen again.
Okay, one second. Oh, I apologize, girl.
All good. Okay, it's back up on my screen.
Okay, so we're seeing the murals, the Loteria image, correct?
Got it. And you can go to the next slide.
Okay, great. All right, so here we are seeing a close-up look at the two Loteria panels that you did.
Yes, because after, you know, a lot of people don't know this, that it was a show, so I had the original pieces in my home, I just kept staring at them and they had this white trim around them, and I just was not feeling with them. I wasn't vibing with them. And then my sister said, well, why don't you do the black and white borders like you've been wanting to do? So I finally listened to my sister and decided to do the borders now in black and white. And I'm so grateful that she said that to me, because I haven't looked back ever since then. So now my borders and my codex is primarily displayed in black and white only, and black and white is the highest form of contrast, and it really makes the center image pop forward.
Absolutely agree. And again, too, as you mentioned a few times, here we see this dedication piece to this Aztec sun god. Imagery that you continue to represent through your works of art. And I see here on the next slide we have the La Virgen with this very intricate codex border.
You got it. This is my most complex border to date. It was divided into two lines, two sets, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Around the border, and it's La Oración de la Virgen de Guadalupe. So if you see on my notes that there's a lot, I have to basically count every word, and then I have to kind of equal the borders to each other. And this one, I definitely become a participant too, and it's difficult even for me to read. And this is a piece that will be forever part of my collection. I don't think I will ever sell this piece, and it's also something that one of my abuelita's favorite paintings, and she never comments on my work, but this one she was like, "Ay, mijita, está bien bonito." She loved it.
Oh yes, a good compliment from abuela. It's always heartfelt. I love that. And then moving into 2016, we have Corpus Dreams, Downtown CC, and this was a mural done on an electric box. Am I correct?
Yes, you got it.
And this piece is, very symbolic of, the Corpus area. I see the white rose, which is, iconically associated with Selena Quintanilla of the area. We see Whataburger. We see the Islanders. And, obviously, again, this black and white codex that you were really, getting into.
Right, so this was my first public work of art that included my codex.
Wow.
And then it only got bigger, which you'll see in the next slide.
Yes, here in the next slide, we have 2017. I mean, the piece that I really was let it be known who Mayra Zamora is, basically the Chicano Pop at the Art Center of Corpus Christi. And there was a total of 7 panels that you created. Again, and you said these are all kind of portraits of things that are emblematic of you, of who you are.
Yes, I love this piece. It's always bittersweet, Taylor, I must admit, when I see this image, just because it's no longer there, and I definitely miss driving on Ocean and seeing it right there. But if anybody
absolutely.
if anybody wants to see these, they're located inside the art center in the courtyard, 2nd floor. So they're still there.
They're still up. They're still out there for people to go and enjoy. And yeah, I remember when I used to work out at the Wilson Plaza, driving around that area, I would always see them, and you'd always see so many people stop and need to go out and take photos. I mean, I myself went out and took photos for Revelations in front of this, these beautiful pieces. And, moving into the next slide, we see a close-up look at all of the details. And again, this line work and this symmetry, and again, just that vibrancy that I'm telling you, if, you take just a quick look at it, you think, oh my God, it's so vibrant, it must be a digital piece of work, but then you can tell that no, it's textured, so it's painted on something.
And no painter's tape either. I need to
Yeah,
I need to state that I do not use painter's tape on my work.
never. We don't know her. We don't know painter's tape.
And this was also the same time I was also introduced to who you were also, because you tagged me, and that was, you had your OG Instagram name, remember? I love it.
Yeah, OG days, you know, things have changed. We're moving up. And then, you know, going into from the Chicano Pop series, we have 2018 Rosas para mi Corazón solo show. And I mean, again, it's very apparent your play with colors versus, again, how you were saying that high contrast of black and white.
Mm-hmm. And this was a time for me to experiment. So taking the idea of what I did in graduate of putting the whole codex in the background. So the idea was putting the whole codex in the background, and these images like lay on top of them, like if they landed on top of the codex. So it was like it was just a lot of fun and very freeing to do this also.
Yes, and I mean, I am lucky enough to own a few of these beautiful pieces, and I mean, it's just so, again, the vibrancy. I'm like, what in the world?
Yeah,
and then we have
and low key, the white roses were for like almost an homage to Selena.
Oh yes, you know. Mm-hmm. And then we move into 2018 through 2020, and that's where you took a 2-year break from your codex. And it was, you know, around the time of the Chicano Pop series. And then we have the first image, fall 2015, first of the series, coinciding with the beginning of your mural career. And then we have January 2020, the last big personal painting before COVID.
Yes, and like I said, I just wanted a break from the codex just to focus more on the Chicano Pop series, which I truly love. But now, which we'll talk about later, I'm taking a break from the Chicano Pop series to focus on COVID codex.
Yes, and it's so you really see it too, how you really flip back and forth from like playing with only color, and then you're like, oh no, get rid of it all, take it away.
Yes.
And then we have spring 2020, the Herman and Herman mural, #Viva CCTX, and this is still a work that is in progress currently, you know, due to obviously, you know, the pandemic popping up and putting a halt into some things.
Right. And this, like I said, this is in progress. I'm still going to do the entire building, so be on the lookout. So by the time this airs, the whole building will have been painted. But I was still doing murals, but I hadn't touched the codex in 2 years. So when I approached Herman and Herman, I was like, you know what, I can see the codex here. Let me pitch it to him and see if he is down for the idea. And thankfully, he said yes. So I'm forever grateful for Herman and Herman to trusting my vision and to let me do a solo mural in my style.
Yes, I mean, it truly, I mean, again, like, it seems as though, like, it has been a great experience with you and the people that, you know, you do work with, that they, like, love your style, and they're like, yes, absolutely, like, do your thing.
You know, and that's, I wish more people were like that, just to trust the artist instead of hindering them artistically, because if you hinder us, you will get good results, but when you don't, man, we fly, we're gonna give you something beautiful.
Absolutely. And then from there, you know, again, that was around the time that COVID had hit, so we're in, you know, isolation at this point of summer 2020, and this is where you went ahead and reopened your Calavera commissions. And again, I see here you brought back bringing color to the borders.
I did, because it had been, at this point, 8 years since I had done a Calavera commission, and the one with the baby, the one with the more earthy tone of border, that's Brandon, who was featured in one of the other Calavera portraits. But he had always promised, like, when I get my money, when I'm older, I will contact you to make a portrait. So now he is a dad. He is a stepdad also. So it's been very cool. And then that just opened up a plethora, and these people reached out to me to do Calavera commissions. And like, I'll be honest, I just miss doing the color portraits. So I went back and did it. But if you pay attention, now the Calaveras are in black and white. They have the color.
Yeah, you've inverted it, which I love. You know what I mean? Again, too, and it plays to what you were saying about how truly at this point now you are truly showing, like, this skeleton could be anybody.
Yeah.
Again. So, yes.
You got it.
And then now we are moving into, some of the most recent time, which is fall of 2020 and spring 2021. And this is where you have decided to go digital.
Right.
Tell us what that's like.
I feel like I had no choice, Taylor, because even with teaching, I had saved a little bit of money. So I ended up buying myself an iPad because I had heard great things of the Procreate app. And I used to always hate on graphic design, but honestly, it's because low-key, I just didn't know how to do graphic design. I didn't take it in college. I somehow skipped that class. But once I started playing around with it and beginning to get super comfortable with it, I just fell in love with it. It was so easy. If I mess up, I just delete it, go back one step. I can do layers, and like, it's just amazing. So this is definitely the inspiration of what we are going to be talking about next, Taylor, right? And why we're here today.
Leading up, but we had to give you that time to talk about it, because again, like it's the lead in. It really, as you said, it was the seed that you literally planted from childhood that you have now grown into a small like patch of flowers, like of fruit bearing flowers. So we're moving into 2021, and this is the COVID Codex process. And you are re-experimenting with the Codex, obviously with this digital twist. You're going to be showcasing a total of 13 works of art that are highlighting one photo per month of 2020. And this is going to be an exploration of your line work with the Codex in the background. And I'm seeing here this image of a bunch of what I'm assuming are small books of Instagram photos.
So I do it off something called Chatbooks. So I basically have my entire Instagram posts since 2013 documented, archived. So I just went and I picked out all the 2020 photos, and from there I selected one. And it was very difficult, Taylor, to just choose only 13 because there's so many good ones. But I feel what we're going to be talking about next, you'll understand why I chose these photos.
Yes, and now we've moved into the next slide, and we see here a photo of you and Perry, who was, again, one of the people that we mentioned was featured in one of your early portraits for the Calavera style. And we see here...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say, we see here what looks like y'all in the hospital.
Yes. So a lot of what's going to be coming from the chat books is the actual Instagram post that I put. So right here is what I actually would have written on my Instagram. And long story short, we spent December 31st, January 1st, New Year's Eve in the hospital because Perry ended up in the emergency room, and I was working on the mural, so I had to go back and head that way. It's just crazy, but it's also in the Codex, for COVID Codex, I will also be doing a deep dive of my real personal thoughts that I was truly feeling but did not post, if that makes sense. So it's basically what reality versus our virtual world that we present to the world. So this would be the very first one, the intro photo of COVID Codex for the month.
Yes, and I see here we have in this next slide a sneak peek of a couple of those linear portraits And we see here the example of the one of you and Perry that you have just started sketching so far. And then we also have this other portrait of you holding a Young Alumnus Award from 2020.
You got it. So like it's like I said, I want to just play. So this time, no calavera portraits. It's only going to be realistic portraiture. I want to focus on line work. But like I said, this is just a sneak peek. This is the early sketches. So what I could possibly present in July could be completely different from what the viewers are going to be seeing today. So they really have to tune in July on my social media Instagram page to see the final results. So stay tuned.
Yes, exactly. And I see here now we have the remaining images because you know, as you mentioned, that first photo of you and Perry is the first photo of the series, and then moving in, that second one of you with the award is the second one. And then here we see, you know, we have a photo for March, a photo for April, May, and June. Can you tell me a little bit about this photo from March that we see here?
Right. So March is basically, that was my last hurrah. That's when I went to Houston. March is my favorite month because it's my birthday also. So I just went, and this was literally during spring break, right before the pandemic and everything shut down. So when I came back, we didn't go back to school or anything. So you can clearly see in April how you can see the sadness in my eyes. And it was important to show my new cat, Mancha, because he came into our lives and right before Perry went to the hospital. So in April, Perry landed back in the emergency room. Let's keep in mind, like, COVID was bad at this point. So I literally dropped him off and he spent his entire 2-3 weeks in the hospital alone, recovering just by himself. So Mancha really got me through that bad time.
Yes, as many people, you know, during the pandemic, they got, you know, a pet to help them. And, you know, I met Mancha now, and he's a great, wonderful little ball of energy.
Yes.
So, you know, came to you for a purpose and a reason. And then we see in May and June's photos, we have, you know, the signs of masks and, you know, that 6 feet social distancing between people. And, you know, as you were saying, like May, it was like, you know, y'all were starting to work, but in June, things were getting ready to really kind of take a halt.
Completely shut down. You got it.
Yeah.
So now that we move into July, July was probably the hardest month for me personally. That's why I decided to only focus on my cats, especially pay a tribute to my orange kitty, who was my first cat ever. My mom had lied to me when I was a kid, saying I was allergic, so I never even touched a cat. But after Hurricane Harvey, the little orange cat would just come around, and then that's when Mancha. So this is one of the few pictures where all 3 cats are in the composition. And then August 2 was when I, on social media, actually revealed my true feelings. So I feel the August Codex is only going to be what I wrote on Instagram, because it was very true, you know. And then
that was already giving your honest, you know,
exactly
feedback.
The only time I was super honest. And then we moved into September. Things were kind of looking up, going back to teaching, but doing it virtually. And October was when I really got out of my depression, because that's when I started working for you as an art director for your short film Las Virgenes. And I got a chance to also have the opportunity to meet your little sister, who's only 16 years old and an amazing artist as well. So because, you know, of course, your film deals with young adults and teenagers. So we both of us wanted real teenagers. So I ended up bringing Christina, and that's a picture of one of our that was almost right before production had started. It was just a fun night. And yet again, wearing our masks, trying to be 6 feet apart. And then November, it was still, I think, Taylor, 3rd day of production, I remember correctly. And we had finished early, and I decided to lie to my friend, saying that I was still on set, and I ended up just not telling him that I was going to show up. So I just showed up, and definitely made their night because I hadn't seen my friends at that point in 8 months. But if you remember back in the August 2012, these are the same 3 friends from the first time we went to Art Walk at K-Space, and it was very important for me to show Christine's daughter because just to show our growth as individuals also.
All right, and so moving on into the final few photos of the 13 pieces that you will be recreating. We see here this Adios 2020, Hola 2021, and this is a family photo of y'all from New Year's Eve. Can you tell us about the excitement, that we're seeing here in this image, obviously in contrast to the very first one we see with, you and Perry in a similar situation on New Year's?
Yeah, I couldn't have stated better myself, Taylor. That was really good. So I basically wanted to have a completely different aura as opposed to the first one where me and Perry were just in the hospital and now we are surrounded by my family. And you can see in Perry's face that he was having a good time.
Well,
Happy note. Mm-hmm.
More joyous and jubilant air to it, and this was after a whole year's worth of isolation and quarantine. So and then again, here we are moving now into it's stating here Zamotek alphabet. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, I finally decided to name my alphabet, and it's a play on of my last name Zamora mixed with Aztec, so a blending of the two. And this is something I've had in my head, but never actually took the time to write it down. So now it's legit, and this is just like a little taste of what my alphabet looks like now digitized.
I love that. I love that play on it, and I think it's a perfect name for your alphabet in your codex. And so with that, Maida, we have wrapped up this presentation about this upcoming series, the COVID Codex, and with all of this in-depth discussion, I just want to open it up to you for any final remarks before I go ahead and see us out of this.
Well, thank you so much, Taylor, for taking the time to moderate. I couldn't do this alone, but I want to say, like I said, tune into social media, my Instagram, so you can see me air daily starting July 23rd.
Awesome. Ooh, that is a Moss Seminar exclusive.
Mm-hmm.
We're dropping the exact date that you're going to be releasing it on your Instagrams. And, with that, everybody who's listening and has been tuning in all the way through this presentation, we want to say thank you so much. And be sure to follow Maida on Facebook at mita.maida.art and on Instagram at mita.maida.arts to go ahead and see this portrait series that is set to debut on July 23rd. And I believe, Maida, you had said something too, that you said that you're going to be releasing one image for 13 days.
You got it. That is correct.
Yes, so for those audience members who are listening, you really want to make sure that you're following her so that you get to see every time she is putting up this exhibit, this virtual exhibit. So Maida can be reached through email at mitamaidaart@yahoo.com. And if you saw any pieces throughout this entire presentation that you want to buy and keep in your personal collection, please go to www.mitamaidaart.com to purchase any of Maida's pieces. So with that, Maida, I want to say again, thank you so much. And we are going to conclude this presentation. Thanks everybody for tuning in.
All right. Adios, everyone.
Welcome. I am Dr. Erin McComb, and welcome to my summer 2021 Moss talk on Querer Poder, Lieutenant Colonel Olga Custodio's quest to democratize the sky. Before I begin, Lieutenant Colonel Olga Custodio, for those unfamiliar, was the first Latina American military pilot and the first Latina American commercial airline pilot. I am recording this in my living room. Is this a podcast? Are we calling this a podcast? No, this is a COVID talk. I am recording this in my living room, and that means my dogs are here. So if they have any input to add to the talk, I do apologize. So as we begin on this discussion of Lieutenant Olga Custodio and who she is and why she is significant to Latino American history or Latinx American history or American history in general, I'm a historian of spaceflight. I just want to say that first and foremost. And one of the reasons that I love to do this talk on Lieutenant Olga Custodio is during one of my first semesters at Del Mar College. In fact, it was my first semester at Del Mar College, some 7, 8, I don't know, I'm not really good at math, years ago. And I had a class of students and they asked me, they said, has there ever been a Mexican astronaut? And they meant a Mexican-American astronaut. And I said, yes, of course. Yeah, we've had Mexican-American astronauts, we've had Mexican astronauts. And their response to yes was to laugh. They thought that was extremely funny. And I thought, well, how sad. These are students who are Hispanic, are Latino, and yet the idea of a Mexican-American astronaut, of someone like them flying into space, they found fairly laughable. And while as an educator, that was particularly heartbreaking, one of the reasons that I like to do the Lieutenant Olga Custodio talk is because not only does she bring visibility to Latinos, Latinx Americans in flight, albeit not space flight, but flight, but she also brings visibility to women of color in flight, in aviation, and women in general in aviation as well. Now, on the next slide, assuming I can get it to play, I have a Modelo commercial. It is the commercial that actually introduced me to Lieutenant Colonel Olga Custodio. Now, for my dual credit students who may be viewing this, Modelo is a beer, which not until you're 21 will you be introduced to.
My name is Olga Custodio. My father, who was in the military, I really admired him serving his country. So when I graduated high school, I knew that there was a military training program in the university. Unfortunately, women weren't allowed into that military training program at the time. So I just moved on and got my degree and met my husband. And 10 years later is when I finally saw the opportunity to become a pilot for the military. We had friends who were pilots, they're all male, but I never saw a female. But I figured if they can do it, so can I. Wearing, men's uniform and men's boots and men's everything, everything was fitted for males. We made do with what we had. And my mantra is, querer es poder. It loosely translated is where there's a will, there's a way. So you really have to want to do something in order to pursue it and to achieve it. Without the fighting spirit, you just give up, because the fighting spirit keeps you going day after day, no matter what comes your way.
Okay, I absolutely love that commercial. As a historian, I get a little choked up when I hear that commercial. But you'll notice in the commercial, Olga is loosely translating the title of my talk, Querer es poder, into where there's a will, there's a way. In considering in the early 80s when she entered military flight training, there weren't women, or at least women that were visible. There were maybe a handful of women. To become a military pilot was something that she really, really needed to have the individual self-empowerment to become. And the reason I say that is, in talking to a Lieutenant Colonel Custodio recently, corresponding through email, recently, she told me that she is changing her mantra from where there's a will, there's a way, to where there's a will, there's power. And I think that is extremely important in terms of people going into spaces that are traditionally not open to them, because nobody is going to hold your hand and help you do it. It is something that very much Olga needed to do on her own. And what Lieutenant Custodio, as well as other women of color and white women, have found is that in their quest to democratize the sky, that meant not only navigating arguments about women's bodies, but also the aviation, which is a darn tough field to be in, whether you're a man or a woman. It doesn't matter what race, what ethnicity, what gender you happen to be. It is extremely difficult. And for women, arguments of motherhood, this feeling that women suffer, this American cultural idea, Western idea, that women suffer from hysteria, frailty, a lack of intelligence, is what has historically precluded women from the ability to fly in the cockpit or the flight deck. And I also do want to point out that you probably noticed in the commercial for the Modelo beer, which came out, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, that Lieutenant Custodio mentions having to wear men's flight uniforms, having to wear men's boots. That is still true in 2021 today, where flight suits, G suits, those are the suits that you would wear to, so that your body can withstand G forces. Helmets, all of boots still, all of it are still made for the average man's body, as is even the manufacturing of the cockpit itself, or the flight deck, depending on what platform you happen to fly. It's all normalized to the male body, to where when we think of bodies using technology, usually who the technology is fitted for a particular sex or gender, sex being biological, gender being cultural, right? In the military today, we still have something called the pink tax. And what the pink tax is if you are a woman and you want a flight suit that was fitted for or made for a woman's body, you have to pay extra to get one. And the reason the military still uses for that is that there are so few women pilots that they make, it's not worth their time to make X amount of female flight suits or flight suits that fit a woman's body. So if you want one that is fitted for you, and that goes for any other of your gear, you have to pay the pink tax. So just to get you thinking that as we continue, we still do see inconsistencies, if not discrimination, based on sex and gender within military flight. Okay, so we have pictured on the screen a young Lieutenant Olga Custodio, or at least a young Lieutenant Custodio, while she is in a T-38 trainer during pilot flight school. And of course, Olga Custodio in a commercial airliner to the right. Now, when we look at the history of women in aviation, the history of women in flight, women have always been part of the history of aviation. Even going all the way back to the Wright brothers, Orville and Wilbur Wright, who are the pioneers of flight. Usually in that narrative, we forget about their sister, Catherine Wright, who was extremely instrumental in selling flight to investors, specifically in Europe, right? The idea, it was costly to build a plane and they needed investors. And Catherine was extremely instrumental in networking and just having that charisma to get people to invest in flight, in her brother's dream and her dream of flight. Now, in the 1930s, moving ahead a few decades, in the 1930s, commercial airliners, what they did was they wanted to show or to demonstrate to American businessmen that flight was safe. So what they did was they hired women to be flight attendants. Back in the day, they would have been stewardesses. They did have male stewards. But the cultural idea was that if American women could fly, if somebody was insane enough to allow a woman to be in this plane, then that meant that surely flight was safe for the average American business male, right? Surely they could fly. And of course, the role of the stewardess was, for the airplane, the role of wife and mother, right? She was there to serve you. She was there to take care of you. Okay? But again, her image presented that image of safety and security in the plane, and it worked, right? Americans in the late 1930s, more Americans are flying because, after all, if a woman can do it, anyone can do it. Now, while women may be, ubiquitous with the history of flight attendants or the history of stewardesses, we still have that glass ceiling of the cockpit or the flight deck, whichever term you're more comfortable using. American women have flown since, the first male pilots, right? We have Blanche Stewart Scott, who got her pilot's license in 1910, and she quickly stopped flying because she, in her mind, thought that, well, the only reason men want her to fly is because a woman in the cockpit is essentially a stunt for Americans to see, and she thought that was demeaning to women. Harriet Quimby is often known as the first official woman licensed to fly in the United States. Bessie Coleman got her license in 1921. Bessie Coleman was from Texas. Bessie Coleman was also the first African-American woman licensed pilot in the United States. And of course, as many are familiar, we have Amelia Earhart. Amelia Earhart in 1932 became the first woman to fly across the Atlantic, and she mirrored the flight of Charles Lindbergh in 1927 as he crossed the Atlantic and flew to Paris. Amelia Earhart did the same. Okay, so you might be thinking to yourself, well, wait a minute, Dr. McComb, didn't all those women die? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Well, not Blanche Stewart Scott. But yes, Harriet Quimby somersaulted to her death, as did Bessie Coleman. And Amelia Earhart and her navigator, Fred Noonan, 1937, we're not entirely sure what happened to them. But, flying was dangerous. I mean, certainly 1911, 1921, flying at that time, essentially the barnstormers, the first original pilots were barnstormers. They were acrobats. Literally, they would leave the cockpit, go on the wing, and they would do somersaults, and they would do flips to entertain the crowd a few thousand feet below, right? It was dangerous. Even Amelia Earhart flying across the world or around the globe, that in itself was dangerous in 1937. Even picking up into World War II. World War II, we had, certainly male pilots in the military. That was an extremely dangerous job to be a pilot in World War II. You were lucky if you were a pilot of a bomber to complete 25 missions and have your entire squadron survive. That was insanely difficult. During World War II, the Women's Army Service Pilots was created by a woman named Jackie Cochran. She joined the Women's Army Faring Squadron with her organization, the Women's Army Service Pilots. They became the WASPs, and they ran from 1942 to 1945. As American factories turned out airplanes to fight in World War II, somebody still needed to test those planes. Somebody needed to test the planes. They needed to ferry the planes. And the men were overseas in combat positions. So women were used at home. They were trained in Sweetwater, Texas, here in Texas, and on Love Field in Dallas as well. And they were the farriers of planes. They were the test pilots. They instructed men how to fly planes. They were not connected to the military in terms of being allowed to get veterans benefits until President Jimmy Carter in the 1970s passed a law that allowed the WASPs to finally get veterans benefits, and Barack Obama finally, during his presidency, allowed them to get or gave them the Medal of Honor for their service. But in World War II, the WASPs were kind of seen as an auxiliary group. It wasn't as if they were officially part of the Army Air Corps. Of course, World War II predates the United States Air Force, which was formed in 1947 under the National Security Act. Now, what World War II did was it demonstrated that women could fly, right? We know women could fly, but as historian Debbie Douglas, who works at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, argues in her book on American women in flight, okay, so as we enter this Cold War era between the Soviet Union and the United States, the East versus the West, the question in terms of flight became, should women fly? And of course, the restrictions of marriage, children, and hysteria are going to continue into the Cold War era. Now, when I say hysteria, for those of you maybe unfamiliar, the American Medical Association vehemently believed that women were afflicted once a month from hysteria, made them unstable, and maybe they might do dangerous things in the cockpit. Essentially, what the American Medical Association is talking about is premenstrual syndrome. Yes, the American Medical Association. There's an interesting history on the American Medical Association and what scientists and doctors believed, but that's for another lecture. The woman on the screen, I do want to point her out. That is my Olga. That is my that is my maternal grandmother, Olga Datre. She was a Pan Am stewardess in the 1940s during World War II and then just after World War II. She was a stewardess aboard clipper ships. Clipper ships are those ships that can land in the water. And during World War II, she actually was stuck in Libya. No, not Libya, I'm sorry, Liberia, for a short period of time as it was unsafe to travel across the Atlantic because of the German submarines, the U-boats. My grandmother had to leave Pan American Airlines when she got married because the airline industry would not keep married women on staff as stewardesses. And of course, why is the idea was that the job of a stewardess, or really any job, but certainly the job of a stewardess, would take away from her wifely duties as well as motherhood, would preclude her from flying. My grandmother always said she was very much okay with that. I really don't think she was. I think she would have very much rather continued flying. She also had some particularly interesting stories of the history of flight, probably a little bit too traumatizing for 6-year-olds to hear about what happens over the Atlantic Ocean when hatches blow open. But certainly, I do want to point out that flight is not necessarily 100% safe in the 40s. Now, when we look at women as pilots, as cracking that glass ceiling, we have to ask ourselves, how was that able to happen? Well, beginning in 1963, and I really hate to pinpoint like 1 year, but beginning in 1963, arguably, we have the second wave of feminism, where we have American women of all different races and ethnicities and classes, different sexualities coming together and creating this vast movement for equal rights in the United States. Now, while the United States does not have an equal rights amendment, it's actually women who precluded that from happening in the 70s. We do have the passage of Title IX in 1972. And what Title IX did was it made it illegal to discriminate in terms of sex and gender, in terms of scholarships. Women's sports is usually very something that students remember. It made it illegal to discriminate in terms of gender if you wanted federal funding. It made it illegal to discriminate in terms of pregnancy status as well, right? So, I mean, stopping someone from getting a job because they were pregnant would have been illegal under Title IX. And what that did was it enabled women to gain entrance into spaces, into employment, into education that they were not able to do before. Now, there is something else that's happening at the same time as a second wave of feminism. We have 1972, and if you look at the screen, you'll notice that we have our first American woman commercial airline pilot in 1973. Frontier Airlines, as well as American Airlines, United Airlines, were the first companies to hire women. The U.S. Navy has their first aviators in 74. The U.S. Army has their first women helicopter pilots in 74. These are small numbers, but they're there. The Air Force has their first women pilots in 76, and we have our first group of women astronauts in 78. That's NASA Astronaut Group 8. if we look at those dates, this is just at the end of the Vietnam War, which with the end of the Vietnam War, we have the end of the draft. So there is this, kind of eyebrow raising from the U.S. military that if the draft is now illegal, will that mean that we will lose out on the number of pilots we need in the United States for the military? So opening up avenues to women was also a consideration because there was no more draft. Or the draft was technically illegal at that time under the War Powers Act. But we also do have Title IX as well, which is extremely important. In terms of women astronauts, since I do have them on the screen, the first woman to fly into space was a Soviet woman named Valentina Tereshkova, and she flew into space in 1963. And it's the same year as the second wave of feminism. And the United States did not send a woman into space until Sally Ride in June of 1983. And so that's 20 years later. And the reasoning for that was NASA said that the United States did not take part in stunts. So the idea was that if a woman would have been launched into space, after Valentina Tereshkova or somehow before Sally Ride, it would have been seen as, I'm going to say as a space historian, not significant, as something that would have been done just for a stunt, as opposed to scientific purposes or, gender equality or whatnot. I also do want to point out that Sharon Lucid had children, was one of the first women astronauts chosen in 1978, and she had children. And questions from the press surrounding her were how she would balance motherhood with being an astronaut. And I mean, never had, Alan Shepard or John Glenn or Neil Armstrong had to feel those questions as, balancing fatherhood and being an astronaut. Okay, so to Lieutenant Colonel Olga Custodio. She's born in 1953. She was born and raised in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico has been part of the United States since the Treaty of Manila at the end of the Spanish-American War, so that would make her American. Her father was Puerto Rican as well. He was in the Army, and he fought in the Korean War in an all-Hispanic fighting unit. And he applied for an officer position. It's a warrant officer position in the U.S. Army, and he was denied that position. Now, I point this out because in talking with Olga Custodio, she hasn't blatantly said that his denial was because of discrimination. But we'll just put it this way, that he was given incorrect information about when he needed to fill out that application, by which dates, how to fill out that application. I mean, it's the military. You got to be pretty specific in how you fill out an application. You don't just wing it. You've got to be, no pun intended, you've got to be very specific. And he was given inaccurate information on how to do that. Could that have been discrimination? Absolutely. I mean, those are ways to continue discrimination after discrimination based on race or ethnicity, or sex or religion or handicap have been made illegal in the United States. That would be a way to get around that. So that is very possible. But despite being denied that warrant officer position, he had an extremely successful career in the Army that took him around the world, which meant it took Olga around the world, certainly San Juan, which is in Puerto Rico, but also she went to schools in Taiwan, in Iran, in Paraguay, and of course, New Jersey. She entered the University of Puerto Rico at the age of 16. At the age of 16, I don't even know if I could tie my shoes properly, let alone go to college. And when she went to the University of Puerto Rico, she wanted to join the ROTC program. And if my math is correct, I am a historian, we're talking about 1969. And in 1969, the United States ROTC programs were not really integrated based on sex. That really doesn't take place until the early 1970s, very slowly. Texas A&I University, which is now Texas A&M Kingsville, was one of the first 9 universities across the country chosen specifically to integrate their military. So go South Texas, or their ROTC program. So Olga wants to join the ROTC program, which doesn't allow women at the University of Puerto Rico in 1969. And what really gets me about this story is instead of simply saying to Olga that the university doesn't accept women into the program, the ROTC instructor had her take the entrance exam for the program. When she inquired about her score, he told her that she failed and that she couldn't get in because she failed the exam. Now, in reality, she had scored one of the highest scores at the University of Puerto Rico ever. But, which is what breaks my heart as a professor, is that he took the time to give her the exam, and then he lies to her and tells her she failed it to give her that sense that she's unintelligent, right? Which kind of, fits right in with discriminatory stereotypes against people of color, since the beginning of American history. And I mean, I just, and it ties back with my students who laughed at the idea of a Mexican American astronaut. But she's not going to let that stifle her dream of becoming a pilot. By the way, the University of Puerto Rico has dedicated one of the wings of their ROTC program, their ROTC building, to Lieutenant Colonel Custodio. She was going to fly there last year for a dedication ceremony, but COVID precluded that from happening. So after college, she gets a degree in accounting. She gets married. She has 2 kids. She's working for the Department of Defense in Panama. She had also worked previously for airline companies as an accountant. And she understands that the clock is ticking. And no, I don't mean in terms of children, but rather she's going to be over 25 years old soon, and that would make her too old to become a military pilot. Yes, 25 is too old to be a U.S. military pilot in the 80s. So she really wants to fulfill this dream, right? Where there's a will, there's a way, or where there's will, there's power. So she goes to the local Army recruiter in the American zone of Panama. And they chat, and she says she wants to be a pilot, right? Her father was in the Army, had an extremely successful career. And then she says she has children, to which he says, "Thank you for your time. There's the door." Doesn't even want to entertain the idea of recruiting her because she is a mother, because she has children. And to put that again in historical context, the idea is that this would be a waste of resources because she's just going to have to quit and take care of the children. As she's leaving, she says to the recruiter, "That's okay. I didn't want to join the Army anyway." She has a friend in Panama who is he works for the Air Force. He's familiar with how to fill out the officer candidate school application, which, I mean, these are not, 2 or 3 page applications. These are very, intense applications to fill out. So he is going to work with her, and they're going to fill this application out together. And on the application, Olga has to choose 3 different careers she wishes to have in the Air Force. And she says to him, "Pilot, put down pilot." And he's like, no, you need 3. And she's like, "No, it's pilot, pilot, or pilot. It's pilot or nothing. There's nothing else. If she's not going to be a pilot, she doesn't want to do it." She gets her chance to be a pilot in 1980 and, breaks the glass ceiling for Latino women in military aviation. In 1980, Custodio entered undergraduate pilot training, UPT, at Laughlin Air Force Base in Texas. See, this is very much also a history of Texas here. She's among the first female T-38 supersonic jet instructors. Let me tell you a little something about the T-38 supersonic jet if you are unfamiliar. That is a particularly badass jet, as that is the jet that all astronaut candidates need to fly, you need to train on, and to fly. Why? Because it is one of the closest jets you can get to mimic the G-forces of space flight. I mean, granted, none of our jets, the AFA-18, isn't going to do it either. It's what the Blue Angels fly, but, pretty close to doing that. Now, she also, unbeknownst to her, is the first Latina instructor. She actually didn't know that when she started. She's been stationed at Laughlin, at Randolph, at Del Rio Air Force bases. Again, very much also history of Texas here. I do want to point out that she was never in combat, as American women could not go into aerial combat until 1991. And I want to just take a moment to explain a little bit about this too. 1991, when the U.S. Congress, the Senate, and the House finally open up aerial combat to women in the United States, it's coming after the first Persian Gulf War, right after Desert Shield and Desert Storm, and women's visibility in that war was very different than women's visibility in any other previous American war. Right, we actually saw, because of how the war was fought, women in combat positions. Two detractors of allowing women into aerial combat were former astronaut John Glenn. He's the first American astronaut to circle around the Earth, an orbital flight of the Earth. And he did that in 1962. He was a senator out of Ohio. Great man, rest in peace. And also another great man, John McCain, who was a senator from Arizona, who fought who flew in Operation Rolling Thunder during the Vietnam War and was shot down. And was unfortunately at the Hanoi Hilton and experienced torture for years during the Vietnam War. Both of those men, rest in peace, that were not open to women in aerial combat. And the reasoning kind of ties us back to the 1930s. The reasoning was because of motherhood, that this would upset motherhood, and that the military would spend money training women to fly, and then women would eventually just give that up anyway when they had children. So it's almost as if women, unlike men, have to choose between being a pilot or being a mother, whereas men don't have to choose between being a pilot or being a father. Olga retired in October of 2003. That's 23 years and 10 months in the Air Force. She broke another glass ceiling, becoming the first Latina American commercial airline pilot, and she did so for American Airlines in 1988. She's flown the Boeing 727, the Fokker 100, the Boeing 757, and the Boeing 767. She's flown to Europe, the Caribbean, Central and South America. She retired to San Antonio in 2008 with over 11,000 flight miles. That's a dang lot of flight miles. She's the board of directors for the Latino Pilots Association. And her favorite thing about flying is being in the cockpit, the view of the cockpit. Certainly her favorite thing. I can't imagine the view. Probably quite gorgeous. Now, the question is, where do we go from here? Because as much as I'm going to keep saying that Olga has democratized the sky, is that really true? Because if we look at the numbers, she has, but the visibility is still pretty dismal. The Federal Aviation Administration pilot number statistics in the United States from 2019, there are 664,565 licensed pilots. 52,740 of those are women pilots. That's 5%. Women are 50% of the population, a little bit more than that. And yet only 5% of them are licensed pilots. So we have to ask ourselves why. 1.4% of those women pilots are captains. That's commercial aviation captains. The Bureau of Labor Statistics from 2015, that's the most recent I could find, 5.7% of all licensed pilots are Hispanic, 2.6% are Black, 0.07% are Asian, and there are less than 150 Black women pilots in the United States. And that's extremely dismal. So we have to ask ourselves, 40, almost 50 years, let me do my math, after Title IX, we only have 150 Black women pilots in the United States. Less than 6% of the licensed pilots are Hispanic, and Hispanics make up, well over 20% of the U.S. population. Black Americans make up usually about 13 to 15, maybe a little more percent of the population, and yet they are only 2.6% of licensed pilots. Only 5% of licensed pilots are women, which is actually down a percentage point from 2015. So we have as a society, we have a very long way to go to not only say to young women and people of color, yes, you can fly, but also, to tell all Americans, regardless of what race, what sex you may be, yes, you can fly. Anyone can fly. Something I do want to point out that a friend of mine who's a colonel, a flight officer in the Air Force, Something that she argues in her master's thesis and her dissertation is that the movie Captain Marvel in the United States Air Force is doing a better job of democratizing flight. And the reason I say that is because what the Air Force is doing is to determine whether or not you can fly depends upon your anthropometrics of how you fit in the cockpit. And whether or not you can reach all the bells and whistles, I'm going to say bells and whistles like I've ever flown, that you need to reach. And designers design cockpits, again, to normalize the 6-foot plus male body. And designers are now changing how we design cockpits, whether that's Boeing or Lockheed, of how we design, the F-16 for the Air Force so that it would include a wider pool of qualified applicants, if that makes sense. Visibility for women who are interested in becoming a pilot. We have the Women in Aviation International, which is a giant organization that has branches throughout the country. Granted, we don't have one in Corpus Christi, but we do have one in San Antonio, and I believe Olga Custodio is actually the president of that branch. There's a new one in Austin as well. Dallas would have one, Houston. The WAI, which you don't have to be a pilot to be a member of it. I'm a member of the WAI, holds a yearly conference, and granted it's pre-COVID, but you'll get thousands of women pilots, women flight attendants, women military pilots who will go there and can talk to women about what it is like to be a pilot, supporting women, and men are absolutely invited to that as well. I do want to point out the Air Force is usually a little bit better at recruiting than, say, the Navy there, but we also have the Latino Pilots Association, the Whirly Girls. The Whirly Girls are helicopter pilots. They've been around for like ever. The 99s, as well as the Federal Aviation Administration, they can give you grants, scholarships, NASA fellowships and scholarships as well to people of all races, ethnicities, and sexes. Visibility is extremely, okay, I have questions up here. Sorry, I left that up. There can't be, this isn't live. But here are 3 books about Latino women in flight. The first one by Jacqueline Reese, Latinas in Aviation, Stories of Passion, Power, and Breaking into the Aviation Industry, actually is a compilation of essays. So there's multiple different Latino women who are in there and who are, including Olga Custodio, and telling their stories of what it is like to be a pilot in the United States. Or to work in the aviation industry in the United States. We have Cecilia Aragon's book, Flying Free, My Victory Over Fear to Become the First Latina Pilot on the U.S. aerobatic team. Yes, we still have aerobatic teams. And Goodnight, Captain Mama is about a woman who is a mother, but can also be a pilot. So, in conclusion, as I'm probably quite over my 35-minute time frame, not 38. If you do have any questions, you can always email me at emacomb1@delmar.edu. I am listed on the Social Sciences website. If you have any questions about becoming a pilot, women's visibility in piloting, people of color's visibility in piloting, feel free to ask me. Feel free to email me. I am always available to answer any of your questions. But overall, the takeaway of this is that while we have had certainly an immense amount of women taking power and actually going into those spaces, the aviation industry that has, kind of secluded women to that role of mother and wife as the flight attendant, and kind of branch that out, we still have a very long way to go to make the aviation industry, certainly the cockpit, the flight deck, much more gender inclusive and much more racial and ethnically inclusive. So I hope you've enjoyed this and enjoy the rest of your MAS seminar.
Greetings, I'm Dr. Carrie Rote. I'm a professor of art history at Texas A&M University Corpus Christi. Today I'm going to be speaking to you about Return to Nepantla, which is a story about Professor B. Kimberly Martinez, who is currently at the University of Utah, but who is of Hispanic origin and decided to go back to the border and see what conditions were like there, and to also make art about her experience visiting the border and trying to kind of coalesce her ideas about the meaning of the border and what it has meant for her family and for other people coming to the United States from Mexico. So now I'm going to start my slide presentation for you. And I'm also going to stop my video to slow down my CPU usage. So I will become a little icon above, but I will be continuing to talk to you. So with that, I'm going to start sharing. My PowerPoint, which, as you can see, is the title, which I just gave to you. So the artist, Kim Martinez, her first initial is V, was born and raised in Utah, attended the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, where she received her MFA, and has been a professor of painting and drawing at the University of Utah since 2001. This Utah-based artist is a Chicana of Mexican and Scandinavian descent, and she decided to make her trip to Nepantla at the Arizona-Mexican border in 2003. She wanted to explore the region and see conditions for herself. As others, she was very aware of what attitudes were to the border in her lifetime because of the news, but she really wanted to see it for herself. While she was there, she wanted to also do good for mankind. So she began her journey working with the organization Humane Borders, where she helped to fill water stations in the desert for refugees, migrants to utilize in transit across the Sonoran Desert from Mexico to the United States. Martinez took along with her a travel companion, and they worked together on the filling with the water stations in the desert. And sometimes these water stations also provide water, food as well. At least the ones that are in Texas do that. I don't believe that Humane Borders provides food stuff at their spots. And I'll show you pictures so you can see what that looks like. 7 Steps Forward, 7 Steps Back is a series of videos, acrylic drawings on paper, and acrylic paintings on canvas that are intended to express Martinez's experiencing traveling routes used by Mexican and Native American migrants for thousands of years along what is now the United States and Mexico border. Traveling within the margins of this area, she found that this region was rigid yet fluid spatially, which allowed her the capacity to perceive others in a myriad of ways, all of which are now dependent not on preconception, but on circumstances and experiences. The images that she did in the series were not intended to be literal, but rather were intended as intellectual concepts and metaphors that were attempting to reveal the hidden structures of migration. 7 steps forward, 7 steps back destabilizes the viewer by offering interpretive choices that may or may not seem plausible. She said she regarded the fundamental tenet of a painting to be to ask a question and then allowed the viewer the freedom to formulate an infinite number of responses so that your response can be different from her response to the images which she has generated. As you can see, the US-Mexico border is almost 2,000 miles long, and it is predominantly defined by the Rio Grande River. And I just wanted to show you here the region where she went, which was Arizona. And you can see that this is in the Sonoran Desert region. So it's a very harsh area to cross and a very difficult region to survive as you cross the border. I would say South Texas is the same, California the same, New Mexico, but I think it's, well, I'll show you, you'll see that it's particularly harsh here. What's interesting is we think about this southern border as such a great expanse, being almost 2,000 miles. In fact, however, the US-Canadian border is actually much longer. It totals 5,525 miles, including areas that are framed by bodies of water. This is considered the longest uncontrolled international border in the world. So what's interesting, and the reason I brought this in, is because we are spending billions of dollars trying to protect our southern border, but actually not very much is done about this northern border with Canada to do that same type of a thing. So if we look, this is the area around Tucson, and this is showing you what the border fence, which we know about the border fence, it is of different types that exist in different areas, some of which are very high and have to be defeated either through tunneling or by the use of a trebuchet or some other device to get items over the border. And then there are other areas, like in this Tucson sector of the border, where Rancher Jim Chilton's property is located in Arivaca, Arizona, where you can see that this is a very minimal border wall here that is being utilized in this region. It would be very easy to pass through it and get to the other side. So if we look at the map, in particular, we're going to be looking at Sasabe and Nogales as the region or area where Martinez traveled. Coming in through Tucson, where Humane Borders is located, and then moving to the south to kind of look at and see what was going on along that border region. If we look at Humane Borders website, they provide a great amount of information about the border region and also kind of warnings showing where bodies have been found and also how harsh the environment is and how difficult it is to make your way up to Tucson, which is most likely individuals' destination for coming into the border through Arizona, through Nogales or Sasabe. And they want to kind of highlight how difficult this journey is and slow. So they show un día caminando, so one day walking, 2 días caminando, 3 días caminando. So you can see 1, 2, 3 days, and how far you would be able to make it. And not really getting that far into where you want to be, which would be Tucson. To further highlight the difficulties of this region or area, the Tucson sector, Humane Borders has put on their website this image showing you a graph. This is for the years 1998 to 2012, showing you how many deceased migrants have been found in these particular areas or regions of the border. So the Tucson, Arizona sector has by far and away the largest number of deceased migrants whose remains are found in the desert. Unfortunately, these are rather low numbers because many people who die there perish, and animals eat them or tear them apart, and we don't find their remains at all. So we imagine that it is actually a much larger group than what we expect or think. One of the interesting things for me as a scholar of Mexico was that, and Texas, was that I had the opportunity at one time to do research for a month in Macedonia in Europe. And I was there on a grant from the American Association of Museums, which was sponsored by the U.S. Information Services. And the thing that they told me when I got to Macedonia is that they had a term for the Balkan region, which was Catena Mundi, which was the idea that this region of Macedonia and other countries in this area were a link or a chain between two cultures or worlds. Serbian archaeologist Radislav Pešić, and who lived from 1931 to 1993, espoused the idea of the Balkans as a catena mundi. In his thesis, Pešić proposed that the Middle Danube Basin is the source and the center of Slavic and European nations, acting as a chain or link between cultures and worlds, running across a line from east to west or west to east. Pešić traces the Catena Mundi across time as a place where the cultural interstices have led to the exchange and movement of peoples from north and south through the chain of being. The northerly located European nations, according to Pešić, have striven to create a community of nations. At the same time, the Slavic states of the Balkans are perceived by their northern neighbors as an oppressed phenomenon of European civilization. We can take this paradigm of interaction, cultural exchange, the presentation of transcultural influences, and we can extrapolate it back to the Americas. Instead of the Middle Danube, our line of demarcation is the Rio Grande River. And once again, the border runs east to west or west to east as a chain or link of being. As in Europe, the individuals in the area north of this line, in the region that we call Nepantla, where cultural elements from north and south intermingle, to create the culture that we know today in the Southwest, in Texas, and in California, we can see that this idea and these northerly peoples is that those from the south of the line are in some way inferior. And so this reflects for us that cultural oppression phenomenon, and this has been a call to arms for artists and intellectuals alike. Now, as I mentioned, one of the things that Martinez did when she was visiting this area was that in Arizona, she worked on filling water stations located in the desert for the migrants. I had the opportunity on a trip to Falfurrias in 2019 to see many water stations with the flags above them, so that anybody walking through this region would be able to spot where water would become available. And in Falfurrias, they also had foodstuffs. I don't know if you can see it, like chips and things in there with the waters. And these are bottled waters. Hopefully, they haven't been maltreated as they have often in Arizona, where people sometimes put poison inside of the bottles and then also either do that or just take them and dump them out. Ranchers in this region also keep track of migrants coming through the area in an attempt to keep track of how many have died or how many are missing, so that if they see somebody on their ranch, that they can render them aid and get them the help that they need. In Arizona, the Humane Borders utilizes these kind of water stations. And these are the ones that they've actually now had to put a lock on because of the fact that people will poison them. When they go back to refill, they test the water quality to make sure that it is drinkable. The other thing that people will do sometimes is poke holes in the side of these bins, and that will make the water leak out. So there are people that are trying to harm individuals who are trying to just get water so that they can survive on their difficult trek through the desert. When Martinez made her journey, she began to visit, in particular, as I mentioned, Sasabe, that we see here, which has a very small border crossing here. She wanted to show in her imagery the ideas about what people had to deal with in the border region. She visited first at Sasabe, and this is a view of Sasabe, Mexico. And this is one of the trade items that they make in Sasabe region. They make a particular kind of burnt adobe that is placed, as you can see, in these bricks on the right-hand image, and then are used for building, as we can see in the film Lilies of the Field, where Sidney Poitier is building a wall utilizing those exact elements. The last thing that she wanted to do, she visited Nogales as her second stop. And I brought in this image of Nogales so that you could see the border, how the border has wiring and mesh and things to prevent individuals from jumping from Mexico into the US. And we can see that Nogales on the Mexican side has a lot greater population density than they have on the American side, where the Border Patrol vehicles are located. I was particularly fascinated by this border fence at Nogales that kind of winds like a serpent up the side of the hill and is being supported so that it doesn't collapse or fall down. And this will remind you, you will think about this fence when you look at some of Martinez's works that I am showing you. The last phase of her trip was that she wanted to go to the Devil's Highway. This is showing you a border patrol on the Camino del Diablo in the Sonoran Desert in 2004. She was unable to make this last part of her trip. The Devil's Highway was famously traversed initially by Francisco Vázquez de Coronado, who was in search of the mythical seven cities of gold between 1540 and 1542. Martinez was unable to pass through that region because someone had recently been murdered on the Devil's Highway, and they were not allowing anyone to pass. As a result of her journey, Martinez initially created a series of images that expressed her attitudes and thoughts about her border experience and also the experience of others in this region she felt was fraught with danger and oppression. She first generated a scrapbook on her journey, which documented various activities and elements along the border. These few images that I'm starting with are some of the images from her scrapbook that she made on this trip. And the very first one that we are looking at here represents a mound of bricks from Sasabe, Mexico, which is followed by two images that reflect border life on the northern side of the border. Here is of an arrow in the desert, which these marks can actually be found in this region. They are put there purposely to indicate staging stations for the pickup of immigrants. The last image that I have in this group is of the military presence along the Camino del Diablo, or Devil's Highway, where Martinez was unable to pass due to that recent murder. This image to her was an outward expression of the militarization of the border on the United States side. Also, Martinez said she was very aware that surveillance must have also been managed not only through actual patrols, but also through sensors and drones. She said oftentimes the border patrol would appear out of nowhere in an otherwise quiet stretch of the border when she and her traveling companions entered an empty space, so that made them become very aware that they were being watched in multiple ways. From these preliminary sketches, thoughts, and records of ideas taken along the border, Martinez constructed a mind map. This mind map was included in the show 7 Steps Forward, 7 Steps Back. It shows the complex process of interrelated issues and concerns that have led to the current situation on the border in a region crossed for thousands of years by indigenous peoples before the institution of modern political boundaries. The seemingly random arrangement of complex ideas is highlighted by 5 large words: structural, territory, migration, multiplicity, and autonomy. From this complex vision board, Martinez created a short video in black and white. She decided that she needed to make these images of the border with cartoon-like characters because she felt that the people living along the border, dealing with the stresses of the border, were dealing with an extreme amount of psychic pain. And by translating those figures into cartoon-like characters, that it would help relieve some of the psychic pain that photographic images would expose. So by making black and white acrylic paintings on paper, this allowed her to express the anxieties generated by traversing the border region in a less confrontational manner. Particularly on the US side, she felt that individuals really needed to be vigilant about the threats around them, whether from border patrol, vigilantes, the desert terrain, snakes, or other things that you might find of danger in that region. Within the journey, Martinez began to reflect back on the idea of America or the New World in earlier times, just shortly after its discovery, or in the not just shortly, but earlier in time than what we are looking at. In particular, she began to think about William Blake's visions of the Daughters of Albion, published in 1793 during the British abolition campaigns of the 1790s. This poem reflects the repressive treatment of women during this time in Britain, as well as the issue of slavery. And the idea was to hopefully get a greater equality for women, if not in Europe, at least in America. So the poem reflects on the creation of a mythopoeia in which traditional mythological themes and archetypes are blended into fiction. A mythopoeia of the border is created by Martinez in her exploration of personal remembrances, physical experiences, and psychic consciousness of the enslaved and the free. She created a series of black and white paintings named after lines in this poem, such as, these are the very long titles. The first one is, "My soft American plains are mine, and mine thy north and south." The second is, "Love to curl round the bones of death and ask the ravenous snake where she gets her poison." The third, "Unknown, not unperceived, spread in the infinite microscope, in places yet visited by the voyager. Upon their mountains, in their valleys, sighs towards America. With secret tears beneath him sounds, like waves on a desert shore." The imagery presented reflects the loss of promises of America. In this first image, we see a border guard who is guiding the braceros, who appear as calaveras in this instance. Martinez's father was a bracero, or migrant worker, and we can see that these calavera braceros are crossing the border to go to their duties. We see a border guard represented in front of them who holds up a short hoe to reflect the difficult labor ahead for the migrant workers who crossed the border daily to work on the other side, which was something that was consistent over many years. As these calavera workers race forward, they enter into the new terrain of the border region, and they come to a full stop in front of the border wall, and then drones that appear to look like insects And then these binoculars up on the top of the wall, looking down, surveilling them below. In the next image, the lost souls who have attempted to cross the border and have never made it all the way, nor have they returned home, are symbolized by votive candles guarded by two skeletal figures. In the distance, a shrine contains an upside-down statue of St. Anthony, the patron saint of lost things. In this instance, the lost family members, represented by the candles below. These prayers for the lost take place without ceasing. An unknown, not unperceived, spread in the infinite microscope, in places yet visited by the voyager, the wall winds in a serpentine manner, something like what we saw in Nogales, and it undulates across the land. If we look in the background, we can see that the migrant workers, who are these Calavera Braceros, once again, are being whipped by surveillance systems, and they are running, fleeing from those surveillance systems. Above them, on a large tower that curves and then has a large microscope on top of it, we see scaling that wall a individual who symbolizes the suppressor. The suppressor is garbed in the colonizer's Elizabethan neck ruffle to indicate the many years of oppression. He looks through binoculars that appear gigantic due to their location in the forefront of the image. Martinez said that her selection of this kind of form, such as the binoculars and the other, I would call microscopes that are magnifying the figures, come from her study of John Locke, who in the 1670s wrote about the infinite microscope. In his time, Locke mentioned that magnification to a larger size actually creates fear in humans. Here, the colonizer isn't really looking at those running Calavera Braceros behind him because he is so busy looking over the wall on the other side of the border to observe what is going on that side. In the last image included here, there is a monster that appears on the border. And this monster is actually a multi-headed serpent that we see here that is moving forward. We have these cartoon-like children represented in front of them. And on the other side, we have a coyote that is holding a string, which is tricking the monster and keeping it from crossing that particular line, so keeping it at bay that way. He symbolizes the coyote guides that bring migrants across the border, and he also symbolizes the coyote as trickster from indigenous cultures. Here, like I said, he is holding these figures at bay by this random line that he has put down, which is artificial. So just as our border line is an artificial barrier. The title for this work, 7 Steps Forward, 7 Steps Back, is one that Martinez adapted from a practice among certain indigenous peoples that they conduct during funerary rites. In this practice, friends and family will visit the grave of a recently departed friend or family member 4 times a day, approaching the gravesite by taking 7 steps forward, and then receding from the gravesite by taking 7 steps backward while still facing the grave. The purpose of this ritual is to ensure safe passage for the deceased into the afterlife. The title also reflects our backward policies to the southern border, that we can make some progress towards a solution, and then we tend to fall backwards and move back into a worse situation on the border. Her final works from this series were bright paintings, which she created on canvas with acrylic. The first one that I'm showing you is our coyote trickster and coyote guide, who is surrounded here by empty packets of mayonnaise. The migrants often carry with them large quantities of mayonnaise in order to eat them because of their high protein and high fat content. They use these because they're small, easily portable, and they help energize them when they are confronted with limited food for sustenance on their journey. The next image, this one, is entitled Here Be Dragons, and it also reflects the colonialist oppressor again. And he actually lives in a state of fear because he is always examining the other under his infinite gaze and magnification. Fast and Furious in Nogales is a painting that represents the many tunnels in this region used for smuggling drugs across the border, and also as ways to get across the border. It pays homage also to the Fast and Furious operation conducted by the ATF. The ATF undertook the sale of 2,500 guns to cartels in Mexico with the intent that these individuals who purchased them would be drug smugglers, and they would be identified as such to the Border Patrol when they were captured and they had those guns with them. Unfortunately, Fast and Furious kind of backfired, and instead a Border Patrol agent was killed. Once the project was exposed, only 600 guns were recovered, leaving approximately 1,900 guns in the hands of the cartel in Mexico. The image Biopower represents the rampant surveillance activity on the border that is being conducted, some with the use of drones. When small surveillance drones were first being deployed, they were released into the air in Mexico. There were so many of these small drones that the Mexican citizens referred to them as mosquitoes. That's why they look like mosquitoes here. Eventually, the ACLU determined that it was illegal to operate the drones on the Mexican side. As a result, these drones are now confined only to the American side of the border, and as such, they violate the rights of Americans more than the rights of the migrants. Martinez connects these mosquitoes, or small insect-like drones, to Michel Foucault's idea of government having the capability of regulating human biology as outlined in The Birth of Biopolitics, which he wrote in 1978 and 79, and also with this idea of constant surveillance which is addressed in other writings by Foucault. In this work, we see dust devils and detention centers, which are both a part of the desert landscape of Arizona. Martinez estimated that approximately $6 billion was expended on detention centers in the border region in the year 2017. I'm sure some years that has gone up and been higher than that. It seems like a tremendous amount of money to be paying for these detention centers. And I think it increased particularly under the Trump administration. What we see here is the dust devil is whirling the border center into this kind of desert vortex, with the barbed wire and the post of the fence protecting it and keeping the individuals in, to be symbolized by the swirling tornado up above. As I had mentioned before, trebuchets were also have been reinstated and utilized by smugglers who are trying to get items over the border, just like they utilize the tunnels that they have built under the border. In this following image, we see that this is, I think, also related to organ harvesting. And here we see that the heart of this individual is being extracted. He is a calavera in the way that he is represented here. And of course, he seems aware of what is going on because he is smiling there. And by extracting in particular the heart, her idea is to show how the heart of the people on both sides of the border are being pulled from their bodies as they watch the infinite grief created by the current border situation. Martinez denied that these are Republican elephants. She said that her intention here was to show people with big ears and a strong sense of smell. She also referenced other issues that have taken place along the border, including the Maquiladora murders that we see represented with these victims who are standing once again as calaveras, smiling at us in spite of their fate. As we know, women continue to remain particularly vulnerable in Nepantla of the border region, where there is violence and mistrust that is breaking through the connectedness of the regions of the United States and Mexico. It is time to strengthen the connections between the two countries and to provide peace for man on both sides of the border. That's how I interpret this Martinez image. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome. My name is Gene Power. I'm a professor of kinesiology here at Del Mar College. With me today is Coach Christy Erbick, who is our Director of Intramural and Recreational Sports. Behind the camera is our department chair, Dr. Judy Phillips. We want to talk to you today about a couple of components of movement competency and do a little bit of movement screening to kind of give you some ideas of maybe some things that you can do during breaks from when you're in workshops, podcasts, seminars, or even when you're just at home. First of all, the whole idea of movement competency is looking at how well you actually move. And unfortunately, in the fitness industry, a lot of trainers only focus on movement capacities. They focus on the numbers game. How many, how much, how far. Well, really, your first step in initiating a fitness program would be to establish
good movement quality, good movement competency before you try and start adding fitness and repetitions and numbers to your totals. And so we're going to look at a couple of simple movement screens today that are designed to basically give you a snapshot of where you are right now in terms of your movement competency. The first of these is kind of our benchmark movement screen for everything that we do, and that is just a simple toe touch. Now, all of you have done this previously. It is one of the most common movement patterns in our daily functional lives, but it's also one that is maybe the most problematic for so many people. And so Coach Christie is going to demonstrate the proper technique here, and I'm going to talk her through it. So she's going to stand with her feet together, toes straight ahead. She's going to stand up nice and tall, chin is tucked back. She's going to raise her arms overhead, inhale, and then she's going to go into forward flexion and touch her toes. To come out of this, just bend the knees slightly and stand up, and that takes the pressure off of your low back. She's going to turn sideways now so that you can see what we're looking for in terms of good technique. Big breath in, she goes down. Did she touch her toes with the knees straight? And that's the key. Bend the knees and stand up. So obviously Christie can do it. She's an elite athlete. She has no problem with this. But what about the people who can't actually do this? And so Christie back up against the pillar there, arms overhead. Now try and touch her toes. And as you can see, she's nowhere near touching her toes. And this illustrates what I really want to emphasize here, that this is an inability to touch your toes is not about a part. People always want to blame their hamstrings or their low back. It's not the part. I want you to think pattern. By having her up against that wall, the wall prevented her from going into that posterior weight shift that is necessary for her to touch her toes. It's also crucial in you doing any kind of squat, lunge, or deadlift pattern. And so to get out of a bad motor pattern, we do some corrective exercises. Now the first of these is just a very simple stretch for the hamstrings. She's going to go ahead and start from a bent knee position. So bend the knees, drop down, grab your toes. Now straighten the knees. So good stretch across the entire posterior chain. That's a great way to work on that posterior mobility. Stand up. But we're still not really working on the pattern there. To work on that toe touch pattern with a good weight shift, Christie is going to stand with her toes up on a 2x4, a 2x6, a book, anything that you want to use. She's going to hold the towel between her knees. Knees are going to stay straight here, arms overhead, and she's going to drop down and touch her toes. Now what this is doing here with that towel between her knees, she's squeezing it, that's turning on her core, which is sending a signal to her brain. Hey, she's not going to fall over onto her face if I let her keep going. And that's the problem a lot of times, is your brain and your body are not syncing with each other. You're not getting the right messaging going on. But practicing that 4 or 5 times and then moving onto the other side of your board or book with the towel is kind of the progression. And this one's a little bit harder, so I would say master the toes up first. But having that core turned on is signaling your brain, hey, it's okay. I'm locked in, I've supported the hips and spine. I can do this pattern without falling down. So that's a simple toe touch progression, stretching out the posterior chain, then toes up, toe touch, a toes down, toe touch, with the towel between the knees. Try this at home or try this in your office. I think you'll get some really good results. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you another time.
Hi everybody, I'm Alan Barreca, librarian at Del Mar College.
And I'm Sarah Kaplan, Associate Professor of English at Del Mar College.
And we're here today in the Enzaldua Plaza to honor and talk about our friend and mentor, Mike Enzaldua, and read you a few poems. And Sarah's gonna start.
Okay, so when I first came here as a new faculty member, Mike was really welcoming, and he was a great mentor. And he invited me to one of the concerts from the music department, and it just really made me feel kind of special. And I was sitting between him and our dean at the time, and at the concert, and it was just something that just made me feel very special. And when he retired, his office, he adjuncted for a while. His office was next to mine at the time, and he would used to just kind of come by and stand. And he had a stance with his cowboy boots. He would stand in the doorway of my office, and we would talk. And I used to stay there for a while. And he used to he had these night classes, and he often would tell me, go home, Sarah. He would just sort of take care of new faculty, and we often had these tuna fish sandwiches for lunch. And so he was just a really good mentor, and I appreciated him a lot. So with that, I'm going to start with two poems, and the first one is called Casing the House. The Shoal Creek vitex against the brick spikes 12-inch fragrant flowers of deep lavender blue by May and a second flush in August. You keep the tree shapely and tame. Until the dark, you stand in the yard with your clippers, undecided. Butterflies and hummingbirds never stop except when the dark root of electricity grows through the rain. When the early morning wakens, you put handfuls of rose glow over the knockout roses in the bed by the back fence and feel the ground for water. You try to make things grow. You try to keep order, prune. And here it comes, the dry light. Cobwebs form in the shrubs. You inspect the eaves with a broom and recaulk and repaint the siding along the patio. I can imagine the torment at the lift and rot and spill and tear and crack of paint and wood and brick, glowing imperfections, and you go around the house looking for something broken you cannot fix. That was a new poem. This one's also kind of new. It's called Bloom Time. The evening settles into the slow rain, and the white painted cedar wood disappears into the fog. We cannot control our doubt, but we think we can disappear into the open air, afraid to leave behind what we cannot mend, after we tinkered around and broke nearly everything except the blue-greens of the Little John bottle brush against the fence, and the leaves near the base, egg-shaped and pointed. The bright red flower spikes at the end of the branches, cut the fog like Chinese lanterns. After flowering, cup-shaped fruit capsules appear in clusters along the stems, and as they age, like us, they fall off throughout the season, only to grow full and young again in the warm rain.
Thank you, Sarah. My favorite Mike Enzaldua story is I'm the grandson of 4 immigrants from Eastern Europe, and when I got down to South Texas, I just hated being called Anglo. And so I wrote a poem about it, and then I looked at the poem and I went, ooh, maybe this crosses a line or two. I didn't know who to show it to, so I went over to Mike's office and I said, Mike, can I read you this poem? And I did, and I said, you think it's okay? And he was laughing and he liked the poem. He said, no, it's fine, go with it. And that weekend I was the featured reader at a conference up in Georgetown, Texas, and I read the poem, and the editor of the San Antonio Express poetry part was in the audience. He came up and he asked me if he could have the poem to be published. And when I got back that weekend, I told Mike, or the next week, I told Mike. And he was very pleased. Unfortunately, Mike died before it appeared in the paper. But here's the poem. It's called Born Again, Polish in South Texas. Judging from Juan's face, I shouldn't have said, funny, ain't it? Whenever the diversity committee brings someone in, they're always Hispanic. Juan put down his menu and starts to talk about the lack of Mexican media role models, and then says, you Anglos just don't understand. And I think to myself, Anglo? As if I was not raised on kapusta, kobasa, pierogi, and wonky. As if my grandparents had not spoken broken English at their mill jobs and native tongue while at home. As if as a kid I did not have to listen to Louis B. Ziggy and Kowski spin Little Wally polkas every Sunday on the ride to Mass. As if the last smart Polak on TV was not Banachek, played by George Papard, who really was an Anglo. As if ever since I moved to South Texas, my history had been erased, whitewashed into some tea-swilling, scone-eating, queen-loving Englishman. But Juan is a good friend, and since we are all guilty of painting the other with broad strokes, I nod and say, maybe so. I reach across the table and dunk a corn chip into our salsa. We sit quietly, reading our menus, considering our next course. My poems are a lot longer, so Sarah's gonna go next.
I have these little lyrics I love. So this one's called Feeling Lucky. I thought of this one after my mother had visited. So we drive past the wind turbines on our way to the cattle ranch. The winter feels like galvanized wire. Snow builds on the corners of the windows, and we all almost lose our way, like the end of a perfect day. But we grow hard and change, frozen over inside. Somehow, we must get through the evening. The quiet muffles everything, even the days when anything might happen, a strange excitement. This one came from my parents, actually. I asked my mother what one of her fondest memories of her and my father was. So I have trouble pronouncing the title, so excuse me. It's called Algonquin Beach. You lose your calendar and end up in Algonquin, next to a window to watch the sunset and eat roast duck, topped with cherry sauce. In the twilight, you walk on the summer beach, and 11 p.m. feels like 11 a.m. For a week, the distance between early morning and evening is clear and crisp.
One last story about Mike. I've been a librarian here for, I guess, 24 years now. And we're remodeling the White Library on the East Campus, so I had to move out of my office. And I was digging stuff out of the filing cabinet, throwing away most of it, and I came upon this article from the Foghorn, and it's an article they did after my second book had been published. And I thought, wow, that's really weird. I don't remember cutting this out. And then I flipped it around, and it was Mike who had cut it out, and he'd written a note saying how proud the school was of my success with poetry, and he signed it Mike Enzaldua. So suddenly it became a great relic instead of something I wanted to throw away. When I think of Tache and all the other things that touch the MAS program here at Del Mar, I think of my first boss, a great guy named Noe Guerra. And this next couple poems I'm going to read are feature Noe. First poem is called When You're a Stranger, from Jim Morrison. Still new to Corpus, I arrived at work one morning to find my boss, Noe Guerra, in a complete tizzy. English was his second tongue, and I hadn't mastered his accent yet, so I thought he was saying over and over again that we had to clean our area, because the Puerto Ricans were coming. I was stumped. Why the world's calmest man had been transformed into a Mexican Paul Revere, trumpeting the arrival of a bunch of Puerto Ricans. Hell, I thought, I'm from New York. I know Puerto Ricans. My cousin's even married to one. A fantastic woman named Wilma, a nurse, not a neat freak. So I said, Noe, relax. The Puerto Ricans won't mind our mess. Noe's face fell into that look that means, what the? In any language. He slowed his diction down, raised his voice and pitched as if he were talking to a partially deaf toddler, and said, Alan, I'm not saying Puerto Ricans. I'm saying Board of Regents. Our clutter disappeared. Around the same time, I was getting used to hearing Spanish spoken in the streets, so many of which bore Spanish names. I asked Noe, where does Leopard Street go? Noe's face went straight to, what the? He replied, what street? I repeated, Leopard. We don't have a Leopard Street. No, it's a huge sign at the end of Crosstown. A flash of recognition broke across his face, and then Noe broke into laughter, laughed harder and longer than I thought possible. Finally, he looked at me, tears dancing in his eyes. Alan, I thought you had 2 degrees in English. It's not leopard, it's leopard. I blushed and feared I'd never master life in Corpus Christi.
Great, thanks, Alan. So this one's called Biking to the Malachites, which I did a long time ago, and I didn't wear any sunscreen, and I didn't bring enough water, which was really stupid. Anyway, I got a great poem out of it, and I'm glad I'm alive. So, of course the dunes never get sunstroked. They roll like beach wheat and pelt from the south. I burn along the sea. Tropical buckeyes and scorched mussels lead me through the mud flats in search of an anticyclonic storm, the great red spot. I pretend this place is Jupiter and suck hard on my camelback across from Bird Island Basin Road, where there's a shack, and bike the Central Flyway. My skin cooks and tightens. I think of October and the bitter panicum, sea oats, Gulf Dune, and dropseed to lead me to the end. With the forbs of beach morning glory, railroad vine, and prairie senna, still a lonely ride. This one's called Sundogs, with an epigraph from Vladimir Nabokov. One opal cloudlet in an oval form reflects the rainbow of a thunderstorm. In a halo of diamond dust, fog bounces off a man's rearview mirror, and I see him consider me worth stopping for. In circles of refracted light, spun round the top of the sky, I could get lost. My fingers stiffen and crack like forgotten pipes as ice crystals flutter to the ground. If I took off my gloves to hold the freezing water while passers-by pass by, the phantom sun would multiply and the air would clear and warm again. But in a prism of muted light, my reflection becomes saturated by red dogs whose yelps converge into a parhelic circle.
So one's about probably the most important lesson Noe ever taught me. And it's called No Escaping Here and There. There's a story of Piusius Antonovich, my great-grandfather, who rejected for admittance at Ellis Island, went to Canada, snuck into the U.S. by crawling across a railroad trestle. How he found work in a mill in Utica, saved and sent the money back to Lithuania so his wife and kids could follow. It's our family epic. Odysseus had nothing on the man. The trunk my grandfather immigrated with sits in my living room, a relic once stuffed full of tools of a tailor and his handiwork. But with time, we came to look at it as Houdini's prop, one he used in a perilous escape. When I went to Lithuania to read my poetry, my eyes were turned inside out. The people there saw the ones who stayed behind, endured the czars, the wars, the gulags and Stalin, saw these people as the courageous, saw leaving as the softest option. I once asked a friend in South Texas who spoke with a thick Spanish accent where in Mexico his family came from. He got a little miffed. Told me he could trace his family back a few hundred years to the farms around Carn City. Told me they never moved, the border did.
Okay. So these are the last two poems I'm going to read. The first one is called Pinecone Wars. When I lived in Houston when I was a kid, my friend and I, Jared, used to play with the pine cones my parents had as decorative by the house. We used to use them as bombs to play war. So I was thinking of that as I was recently pruning my front yard, and my dog Molly, who passed away recently, was sort of sitting by and watching. So anyway, I don't have pine cones, but I was just thinking of that. So here's the poem, Pinecone Wars. As I trim the boxwoods before the storm, my dog sits by and pants. She's faithful and thirsty. She screams the sky and knows the winds like hooded figures come closer. Piles of brush begin to carry away like old sounds and disappear into a whirling monochrome. The darkness and mulch hides the shears. The sun's gone. All that goes unnoticed gathers into bundles, green twigs and broken brush. I am far from myself. I do all I can, but I'm restless for the mild and silent to unfold. If I stop and recall our imaginary wars long ago in January, with pine cones like toy bombs littering the front lawn, I find myself in a world altered and gone, a tidy, dew-covered hedge. We live in the same muted fog and rain in cities where the night's pale winter sinks and drifts, holding us in dreams where we carve our breath in the sky. Here's the last poem, if I can get to it. Here we go. This one's called Companions, and this one I dedicated to my dog Molly, who had recently passed away. But she had a good life. She was, 15, 16, which is what, 500,000 years in dog years. So good for her. And then I recently got a new border collie puppy. So anyway, this one's called Companions, and I thought this one was a good place to end. So here we go. Down the morning's trail, through the rain's end, across the arched bridge, we follow shadows into the landscape to haunt our bored and reluctant search for something hidden. The graveyard soil changes to dry road, and we spoil ourselves on another summer alone, without quarrels or intimacy, each day mostly like any other. We could bask all day in the sunroom and learn to worry about the grass, rot or renewal, until we fill ourselves with the mud of hope, and our breath labors for flowers in the cracked wind. Thank you.
Yeah, and Sarah and I would like to thank Liz and Javier and everybody else for inviting us to do this. We apologize for the mower. We moved 10, 15 times. Anyways, I want to finish with a love poem, the language that goes beyond all language and words. And it's a poem called Why Matter Might Matter. The more I think about the size of the universe in relation to the size of each of us, I have a hard time thinking anything can matter that consists of such little matter. And yet there is a woman with green eyes who makes me forget the long odds with a certain look and a certain smile, and can make me stop thinking and start living as if there is so much that really does matter. Thank you, everybody.
All right, Welcome. Welcome to my kitchen. I'm Chef Claudia, and I will be introducing you today to one of our very loved Mexican ingredients, which is chorizo. We use chorizo a lot in the Mexican cuisine for breakfast, to season and flavor other side dishes like beans and maybe pambazos or empanadas or pork. You can make chorizo with ground pork, which we're doing today. We have ground pork in here, but you can also do ground pork and beef. Depends your preference. And now you can find healthier ways to do chorizo if you don't want to eat pork. So you can substitute the pork for chicken or turkey or tofu. So you can do all the different substitutions that you want for that as well. But it's very simple to make. You can flavor in different ways. So I'm gonna show you all the different ingredients that we have, but you can always taste it and adjust it to your liking. But this is the more the traditional way to use with dry peppers. So let me show you that. And then I'll give you a couple of choices if you wanna modify that. We have guajillo peppers, which are gonna be, you can find them a little longer as well and slightly wider, but you see the color and it's more waxy, the finish. And we also have ancho pepper. El chile ancho is different in color. You can find them in two different colors. Red is also red and it's also called black. This has more depth in flavor. This one is more color and milder. So you can use them with or without seeds. And you can omit chile ancho if you want, but you cannot omit chile guajillo. El chile guajillo is for color. You want to add your color to chorizo. And a chile ancho adds a little bit more depth and a little earthiness to it. We also have vinegar, and you can use white vinegar, apple cider, fresh garlic. Make sure you mince the garlic or pass it to a press. Bay leaves, kosher salt, black pepper ground. We don't use that much cumin in Mexico, but I know that in here in Texas, cumin is widely used in Tex-Mex food, so I'm gonna add a very little amount of cumin, not a lot, because cumin can overpower your flavor and your palate. So you wanna make sure you keep it to a minimum. Mexican oregano, and I do say Mexican because it does taste different than other oreganos. Marjoram, we have whole cloves. And cloves also, you have to be careful with them because they can be overpowering, but they have a slightly sweetness in them. So you wanna use a little bit of cloves, thyme, paprika for color and a little depth in flavor, and allspice. Allspice also is one of those delicious spices that you add and you're like, I don't know what I'm tasting, but the background is there. Nutmeg plays the same job in this. So another thing that you can add to add a little bit more of unexpected flavor will be cinnamon. You can add a little bit of cinnamon in powder, or you can grab a little piece of a stick of cinnamon, toast it a little bit in a skillet, then add it to it. So if you notice that I have fresh bay leaves in here, so what I'm gonna do is preheat my skillet, and I'm gonna toast this one slightly to bring the flavors out of them. The same thing I'm gonna do with the cloves, the oregano, and the thyme. Any herb or spice that you can bring the oils out and the flavor, do that for more depth. Now, for the peppers, while that is preheating, for the peppers, I want to point out this. You see how different sizes are. So if you have one pepper that is pretty large, but you have some other ones that are smaller, make sure that you balance the sizes. So here I'm counting this as 1.5, and I'm counting this one as 1/2. So we have 2, 3, 4, 5 peppers, right? So in these ones we got the same thing. This one is broken, so I'm counting the peppers in sizes. So whenever you have, judge that one as well. Ideally for these, to get the best flavor out of them, you want to pass them a little bit through the skillet, soak them in water. If you don't want to have any heat, make sure that you pull all the seeds out. I don't think these peppers are hot at all, but I think adding a little bit of the seeds is nice background and interesting flavors in them. You see, we peel these ones, make sure that they are clean. And if you want, and I'm gonna show you in a minute how you're gonna treat them in the skillet, you're gonna pass them, roast them slightly. You wanna give a little bit of depth and personality to your food. So don't just, you can also just blend them if you want. You don't necessarily have to do that, but that adds a little bit more smokiness to it. I'm from a region that is called Huasteca, and in there you find things that are a little more smoky. The peppers are passed through a roasting, and then they are bathed in water, soaked in water to soften them up. And after they're soft up, then you're gonna mix them with vinegar. And because this is a homemade chorizo, we're not adding obviously preservatives or chemical, but our vinegar acts as a preservative. But all of these pieces you have to remove, okay? So again, you can substitute different peppers based on your flavor and also availability. Sometimes you're gonna find some peppers, sometimes you will not find all the peppers at the store. So make sure that you find some. This is a beautiful pepper actually. Look at the skin and the little bit of oil in there. Beautiful, beautiful pepper. So I don't wanna lose a lot when I peel them. All right, so hopefully my skillet will be heated. You don't want to add them before they're preheated, because the one risk you have if you preheat the skillet, and if it's too hot, you can burn the peppers and they turn out bitter. So that is the one thing why in a lot of processes they don't add any toasted peppers. So make sure that if you're gonna do the peppers like these, like I'm gonna show you, you don't burn them or don't toast them more than enough, because they will be bitter. So nobody enjoys bitter food. I mean, unless it's on purpose like that. But here we're trying to create a delicious chorizo that we can use either for breakfast, or we can mix with potatoes and make tacos. You can make tortas, pambazos, mix it with beans. Really, really interesting. So we have the dry peppers again. One thing that I want to point out, remember that we had to remove these dry parts. So make sure that you use knife or scissors or something. You want to cut these ones if you want to keep them dry and in a container. You can keep the seeds blended in there, or you can just remove them before you add them into the blender. I don't think this is gonna make them more spicy. The only thing is it will also add another flavor. The one thing I like to do also is roast them before we add them in. So make sure that you cut this part that is thicker and do not include it in the blending. So we're gonna add this to a Vitamix, a blender. This particular blender is for dry ingredients, and the main thing is we wanna get a really fine powder in here. it once in a while, shake it. So we have all the seeds well blended and all the pieces well blended, and do it one more time. Make sure that you allow this to settle. You see how all the dust comes up. So don't go and smell it right now. Don't open the blender because all the dust will come up. So wait for this to settle a little bit. Shake it slightly. Make sure that you label the container when you're gonna put it in. Oh, smells delicious. Okay, so this powder is also really good. You see how fine it is? You can keep it for when you make pozole or menudo or just cooking beef or pork, anything pretty much that you cook, just to add extra flavor. You can keep it in a powder. This is way better than chili powder and anything else that you buy at the store. And you can do the same with pretty much any pepper that you buy. But to store it, I will highly suggest you keep it in an airtight container. You see how this one blends and is a complete powder in here, right? That's how you want to keep it. So we are doing both of the peppers separate. We don't blend them together because you want to make sure that you put enough for flavor of your preference. Anything that you cook is pretty much going to be adjusted to your liking. So you see how the powder is there? This resembles like chili powder. The only difference is it has no fillers, no salt, no preservatives, nothing else. So don't forget, airtight container. Make sure it's labeled. And we can continue with our recipe. We're going to roast a little bit of the pepper. Remember that we don't want to make it bitter. And we're going to put it in the pot with water. So when I put it in the skillet, it's already hot. And I just want to bring a little bit of the oil out in the pepper for flavor. And you're going to notice how it changes in color slightly. So very, very light. Our intention is not to burn it, just to slightly bring some color out. And it will be sufficient. It softens them up actually a little bit, and immediately I'm gonna put it in the hot water. Okay. And this one I'm gonna bring to, you can keep it hot. If you wanna keep it just hot, you can leave the peppers resting for about 30 minutes. But if you have to do something in a rush, you can just bring it to a boil, turn it off. The main purpose on this is just to soften up the peppers. So you notice how it's slightly changing color. Couple little blisters, not a lot. We don't want to do more than that. We're just trying to bring the flavors. The smell is delicious. You're gonna notice immediately how the peppers begin to smell. And you don't want to pass that. That should be your sign for when things are ready. If this releasing the oils is changing a slight little bit on the skin, the smell is really nice and beautiful, very aromatic, that's your clue. So we're gonna add those to the pot. I'm gonna add the guajillo as well. Now if you're adding the seeds as well, make sure that you leave the seeds to the end. And we do not add the seeds with the peppers because they will burn too fast. So make sure that you keep the seeds separate, okay? We have the peppers by themselves. And you can smell them right away. So remember, this is just a very quick wake up for the pepper. It's not a long process. Now, if you don't want to add roasted peppers, you can omit this. You can blend them right away after you have to soak them anyways. So you notice now I have some of these seeds that were here and they are darker. We don't want to use that, so we want to disregard that. While these peppers are, make sure that you soak them well, so push them down slightly. And you're gonna allow that to rest in there. Meanwhile, we're gonna put a bay laurel here, again, to change a little bit of color, or cloves. And I'm gonna wait for the oregano. Notice how the laurel are already changing in color. So we don't want to push this too much. We mainly want to bring the color and the flavors together. So keep it in low heat. If you don't have a gas stove, you can do it directly on the top of your burner in your electric stove. So this one already changed color, already smell the cloves. We should be ready to go. Take it out so that you don't lose any of the flavors in there. Now I have the oregano and the marjoram. And very, very little heat. Do not change it too much. You already smells very aromatic, very delicious, very wonderful. The presence of the spices here, you don't want to abuse that. Time, very little. The residual heat in the skillet will be taking care of that. So I'm gonna turn that off. Already smells wonderful. You perfume your house with this. So this should be ready to use. Now, we're gonna wait for the peppers to soften up and we continue with the next thing. You tell me. Okay, so after our peppers have been softened in the water, remember that you can do that with just hot water. You either rest it for 30 minutes or bring it to a quick boil. So these are soft, if you notice that. We're gonna drain them and we're gonna put them in the blender. Make sure that you have, try to keep all the excess of water out. So make sure that you have all the peppers out. And we are going to blend the peppers, the vinegar, and the garlic. And we have fresh garlic in here, so make sure that you have fresh garlic cloves and that you dice them well. I mean, they're gonna blend anyway, so add it all. Garlic is really a wonderful flavor added to these, and it's antibacterial, so you want to make sure you have that really well. So after we get the garlic, the peppers, and the vinegar well blended, then our next step is going to be start mixing all these spices and herbs. The only ones that I'm gonna add to the peppers after we blend those, it will be the cloves and the bay leaves because they are bigger, so I want them to break them down really small. The oregano, the thyme, the marjoram, the pepper, and all of them are smaller, so I'm not so concerned about that. I can add that to the end of the blend. But these ones, you want to make sure that you have them broken in small pieces. So you notice how now that I toasted this one slightly in the skillet, these ones break down in, oh, they smell really good. By the way, these are from my backyard. I have a few little bay laurel trees, and I highly recommend you to invest on one. It's really a wonderful rewarding thing to see them grow in your backyard. So I have the bay laurel growing in there, and I love it. The oregano as well. Anyway, so I think gardening is one of those things that I inherited from COVID. Thanks to COVID, I was able to spend time and buy a lot of plants and do a lot of fun things that I can include in the kitchen, and it's very therapeutic. So highly encourage you to practice and mainly get things that you can do in your house, like herbs, and bay laurel is one of them. You know, you can always have fresh leaves in your backyard. Wonderful. Anyway, so going back to chorizo, remember that we're gonna get these blend. One thing about these peppers, you can make this mixture and you can cook beef or pork in a different way. It doesn't necessarily have to be for chorizo. Applies really well right now because chorizo is very well seasoned in the stronger side Mexican dish, but as well as you can do a pork or beef and add some vegetables and roast them. So it's really a good way to learn how to use dry peppers. So I'm gonna blend these and I'll be right back. So after the peppers had blended well, it's time to include our cloves and our bay leaves. So we're gonna add those. And our purpose again here is to really get everything small. Okay, so after pepper sauce has been cooled down, we're going to start adding some of the pork. Remember that this has to be chilled. We cannot add pork room temperature. You want to always keep it cold, you know? Regardless if you use pork and beef, turkey, chicken, whatever it is. You want to make sure that you have it chilled because you don't want to develop any bacteria. So ideally, you want to always work this with, like, say if you want to have a traditional way to do chorizo, you put an ice bath in your area if you're going to keep it outside. I kept it on my fridge, so I highly recommend you to do that. And this is no other way to mix it. You have to get your hands dirty and add the sauce and mix it with the pork or your choice of protein, of course. This is another reason why, remember I mentioned I didn't want you to put any extra liquid with the peppers because we don't want to make this liquidy. We want to make sure that this one stays in a thick paste, and also I want this paste to be absorbed into the pork or the protein that you choose. What I love about this is that you can make a batch of chorizo and you can freeze the rest. So you don't have to make this process often. It smells ridiculous good. But make sure you massage it really, really well. Now, if you cannot find ground pork, you can also get the pork. Let's say you get a pork butt, and you can cut it in very, very small pieces. So it's not necessary to have just ground pork. This is looking really good. Make sure that you have everything really well incorporated. So let me show you here. So you want to make sure that you massage it over and over and over. That all the sauce is incorporated. You see how it's not liquidy? It's all incorporated. Now, After you make sure that everything got well mixed, all the sauce is incorporated, I had all the flavors in there, you can do two things. You can let this one rest overnight to allow the flavors to marry and get bolder and stronger. Or you can encase it the same day, but you have to let it rest 2 days so that the flavors bind together. If you let it rest overnight, by the time that you encase it and rest it, you're gonna need it rested for another 12 hours as well. But at this point, this is a pretty good, nice color chorizo. So what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna do a little tasting and check, because before you commit to actually finish it and encase it, you wanna make sure that you have the flavor right. You wanna make sure that you have enough salt, enough pepper, enough oregano, tomillo, mejorana. So you have to have el sabor bien puesto en el chorizo. No, you don't want to cook this without knowing that you have sabor de chorizo. You know, it will be a waste of time if you just assume that it's good and after you cook it, something is missing. You never want to do that. You always want to have adjusting your flavors, you know, and add your personal touch. If you prefer to have more pepper, you add more pepper, more garlic. And some people add more cumin. I prefer no cumin. So you want to add that at this stage. So I'm going to take a little piece and I'm going to wait for, let me get my napkin. For my skillet. And you don't have to do a lot. You want to make a very, very small sample, but you want to make sure that it's substantial so that you have a good taste and that you can check the flavorings. And while that is cooking, I want to explain a little bit of this. So I'm going to put this one in the skillet, get rid of these gloves, and give me just a second. We're waiting for this chorizo to be cooked, and you can hear that sizzling really nice. Meanwhile, let's talk about what are we going to do with this chorizo after. So we have casing here, and you can find this one at your local meat market. Just be aware you have to soak this one overnight. Okay, rinse it and then soak them. And then we're gonna drain them so that we can actually use them for our purpose today, which will be encasing them. While this is draining as well, let me show you how we're gonna tie it up. In Mexico, we normally have them in about 2 inches to 3 inches length. Little links of chorizo all tied up together. And instead of twine, we use corn husk. Because if you think about it, in the rancherias, that's what they have available. So you just take a piece in the edge of these and soak them in water. And that's how chorizo is tied up. And not just chorizo, you find queso, chorizo, breads, a lot of things is tied up just with this. So you're gonna soak this one for a few hours and they become pliable. And this is what we're gonna use to tie up our chorizo. The other thing is, how you going to make that, how you going to stuff it. You can use one of these that has an attachment for a KitchenAid, or you can use just a embudo. I can't remember the name now. A funnel. So this is an embudo. You can use that to also stuff it. Another way that you can do it, well, after we get the peppers blended, if you can see, we want a really fine paste. That was the reason why we did not put any of the extra liquid from the peppers. If I was using this mixture to create an adobo or mole or something else that I need more liquid, then I can use a little bit of the water from the peppers. But in this particular case, I don't want to add any extra liquid because chorizo is not something that has a liquid. The opposite is something that it comes more towards the dry side. So when you are cooking something, think about the consistency that you want to get. I make mole from scratch. Then I want to make a sauce first, but my end result is going to be more soft, more loose, because I had to put chicken in there and just, baste it on that sauce. So this smells really delicious. And it's still warm, so I want to make sure that this one, so I'm mixing this fast, so if you see that, because I want to make sure that it cools down faster. I'm going to start adding the rest of the spices and herbs, and I'm going to add the salt, pepper. Okay, we have extra salt in here. Let me see. Cumin, oregano, marjoram, thyme, paprika, and the allspice. Now, you can add them to the blender at the same time, towards the end when you're blending your peppers, not a problem. Remember I mentioned from the beginning, you can add both peppers or you can just use guajillo. But the ancho also, look how, gives some depth into the color as well. So that's something that you want to consider. So I'm going to get the ground pork. Make sure that your sauce, your base is thick. Cool down. And also, all this time that we have been working, make sure that your pork is in the refrigerator. Because remember that we don't want to develop any bacteria. So we want to make sure that our sauce is cooled down, and we're going to start mixing our ground pork with our sauce. Now, if you want to grind your own pork, you can do that, but one thing that I will not recommend you is to use more than 20% fat in it. You can get already ground pork like I did. I went to the local meat market and I got the pork already with 20%. No more than 20, because it will be too greasy when you start cooking with it, and it's not very pleasant. I think a lot of people, or some places that make chorizo that is very greasy because money. The more fillers they put, the more money they can make. But I think the less fat that you put in, you get also more protein in it. It's a good flavor. It's not necessary to have so much fat in the chorizo, because we have a high pigmentation in the peppers. If you see the spatula, we have a high pigmentation because of the peppers. I highly recommend you use gloves Otherwise, you're gonna end up really lovely red hands for a couple of days. So make sure that you have gloves when you're gonna make this job. Make sure your sauce is room temperature. And then make sure that this one is cold as well. Wait a minute. We start adding the chorizo into the stuffer here. You're gonna have the attachment ready. You're going to put, it has two attachments, this particular machine. This is the small and there is a large. We put the casing in, put a little bit of oil in this, put the casing in, already the pork in the top, and then you're gonna get this one to a 4 speed. And then you're gonna start pushing this one in here. So this one start filling the casing. Have a container on the bottom. I'm not so worried about making sections right now as much as I am concerned about keeping the speed and filling it up. Very gentle pull so that is keep filling it up. At the end, I can go back and portion it if I want to. But if you want to have a section up, just make sure you pull it up, okay? And then again, just push more through the tube so that you can keep filling it up. Remember, if you're doing a big amount, I'm not doing a big amount, so I'm not putting an ice bath, but if you're doing a big amount, then make sure that you have an ice bath. But also make sure you have a container where you're gonna be putting this in. The way that we can do the chorizo is just wrap it up in sausages in plastic wrap. So you can do either method. This obviously will be the easiest, fastest, and probably not just less expensive, but more available. Just remember one thing, whatever length you have is what you're gonna need to keep in the freezer. So you may want to consider doing smaller ones instead of a large one as well. And I'll show you how to do that. So on the chorizo, I'm already cooking here, if you notice that. I'm gonna break it. You see how this one is not really fatty at all. It's mainly pork. Doesn't have that much grease. So I didn't add any oil in this. But if you buy ground pork and it's too greasy, don't add oil to your skillet, add water. So make it a little bit more healthy. But this one, not really greasy. So I'm just gonna cook this one and taste for salt and seasoning. I don't know if I want to add more oregano or tomillo or mejorana, ¿no? Poquito de sabor. Siempre quieres checar el sabor de tu comida. No quieres dejar las cosas que sepan simples. Okay? Now, you're gonna notice also the chorizo will be cooked because you have the smell of it. The pork change color. And when it's well sauteed, you're gonna have a different flavor. So make sure pork needs to be cooked completely. So this has been cooking for a few minutes. So, and remember that this is really, really small, it's round, so it doesn't take very long to cook. But I tell you some ways that you can do this also. You can make them in quesadillas. You can make them in choriqueso, which is very popular in Mexico. We add either Oaxaca, Monterrey cheese, you know, soft cheese, and we call it queso fundido or choriqueso. You can make them into quesadillas with just cheese and chorizo. You can put them as a stuffing for, 'Meat or chicken. It's really fantastic. I don't think it needs more salt. It has a lot of the pepper background. I like it. Another way that I like the chorizo a lot is with tomatoes, onions, peppers, and nopales. Really enjoy that way. So, to me, that's a good flavor. I don't need to adjust my seasoning. I'm going to show you how to do first this method, okay? Isn't this fun? You can do this and you know, you can have your family help. You can freeze them, make them in one time. And if you make it, remember that we put vinegar to preserve it. So you can keep it in the fridge probably for about a week, like that. But if you want to keep it longer, then I will say freeze it. Take it out, put it in Ziploc bags, defrost it. I was mentioning, and let me attempt to do this one with this because this plastic is softer than or casing, but I don't see why you cannot do it. Just make sure that you push towards you a little bit. So you can do two different things and I'll show you that. I'm gonna show you first one. This one that is long in Mexico is also known as longaniza. A slightly different seasoning, but we have a long one and it's called longaniza. So it's very tasty. Another way that is cooked in some other regions in Mexico is, obviously if this is in a casing, is cooked with beer. Delicious. I highly recommend you that one. So when you go to one side, twist it so that we get rid of all the air in here, and also we want to make sure that we have an even side, right? Then we go to the next one, we don't have any air, and we also twist it so that we have even sizes. If you want to have a tighter one, so then you're gonna grab a piece of your corn husk and gonna end up like this. Make sure that you do 2 of them. This is how you find them in a lot of rancherias in Mexico. And normally the length that we find in Mexico is about this much. So really, really fun. Really, really wonderful. You know, one thing that I miss a lot when I was living in Mexico is you will find it pretty much almost every other day. You will find the person that will sell the milk will come in a horse and I'm not talking too many years ago, you know, and you will go outside and give him your container and they will give you the milk. And the same thing will happen with the person that will sell pan dulce and many other items. So this is approximately how you do the chorizo in there. I'm gonna just do one more in here. But I think this will be a nice, fun project. And again, if you don't like pork, you don't necessarily have to do pork. You can use other proteins like turkey or beef or even tofu. If you're into vegetarian, you don't necessarily have to do the pork. It's just in Mexico, more traditional, you're gonna find pork. So that is the more thing that you find. I remember when I was little, one of the ladies that took care of my aunt, her family, that's their main business, was the whole family was just doing chorizo, and they will sell door to door. I think until today, I cannot forget that flavor. It's very particular. All chorizos are not created equal. So I highly encourage you that if you had a bad experience with chorizo or chilaquiles or chiles rellenos or anything like that, that you please take a chance and try it again. So after that, of course, you have to make everything pretty. So make sure that you cut, because you don't want to leave all these long pieces. And remember, you always want to keep everything very, very clean. And this is how normally we have chorizo in Mexico. It's a very nice tradition. It's something that we use very often. We cook and mix it with beans, black beans, a lot of them. If I make borracho beans, I use this as well for borracho beans with pinto beans. Mixed with potatoes, delicious in tacos. With eggs, of course, for breakfast, egg and chorizo. So how easy it is if you can make these. You can even make some and give it as a present if you don't want to keep it all for you. Or make your own if you don't want to do pork or beef. So just don't forget that you have to check your flavoring before you're going to encase it. Because after that, ya no hay nada. No se puede arreglar. So, I appreciate your time. Thank you for being with us. Welcome in my kitchen. It's my pleasure to share with you part of my story. Thank you.
La 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 la. Venga de sin importar lo que digan, bésame en cualquier esquina. Y no hagas caso a la gente, no importa lo que digan ni comentes, solamente niña. Bésame en todo momento, apasionado me siento. Seré tu fruta madura, no importa, quiero amarte con locura, solamente niña, quiéreme. Quiéreme, que yo voy a quererte así, como nunca en tu vida, amor. Voy a darte mi corazón y seré todo para ti. Voy a hacerte una mujer feliz, eso solo si tú me das todo tu amor para mí nomás. ¡Hey! Abrázame con locura, a este mal ponle cura. Deja salir lo que sientes y bésame hasta quedar inconsciente, solamente niña. Así sabrás lo que siento, hasta quedar sin aliento. Y tómame poco a poco, no importa que nos vean como locos, solamente niña, quiéreme. Quiéreme, que te quiero entregar mi amor. Quiero ser todo tuyo, sí, darte todo de mí, y embriagarme todo de ti, y besarte en la boca, sí. Si me entregas tu corazón, yo te doy lo que quieras, sí. Voy cantando de alegría por tu amor. Voy cantando, tarareando y disfrutando de la magia, el encanto que tengo en el corazón. Voy cantando de alegría por tu amor. Ando loco de contento y este sentimiento que en todo momento me pone a cantar. Voy cantando de alegría por tu amor. Porque tú me tienes, porque tú me quieres. Estoy de celebración, pa' que baile como quiera. Desde Del Mar, necesito, como el agua para vivir y el aire para respirar. Te quiero así, tan natural. Te busqué, te encontré, te conocí y no te voy a soltar.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Jimenez, Reference and Electronic Resources Librarian for Del Mar College, and also one of the officers for Del Mar College's chapter of the Texas Association of Chicanos in Higher Education, also known as DACHE. DACHE is a statewide nonprofit organization founded in 1974. Del Mar College's chapter formed soon after and serves a variety of purposes, including providing annual student scholarships, involvement in the political and economic aspects of the college, region, and state, and social events in the company of like-minded associates. A few of the most recent activities the DACHE Del Mar chapter have participated in include providing breakfast to families at the Ronald McDonald House, donating snacks for Cram Night events at the East, West, and Northwest Center, and providing breakfast to students on campus, because as we know, most students skip breakfast rushing out the door in the morning. As we return to campus, we welcome new and returning members to join DACHE. While DACHE is designed with Chicanos in mind, it does not discriminate and happily embraces all cultures and ethnicities to its membership. For me, DACHE represents culture, history, and a sense of community. For membership information, go to delmar.edu/DACHE or like us on Facebook. We are honored to participate in the 7th annual MOS Summer Seminar and the 10th anniversary of the MOS program.